And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, the final day actually of the EWC Esports World Cup 2025 Korea Closed Qualifier. And of course, as VIP with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our technically third broadcast of the day. let's go. As we are here, we are back, and we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark B in the chat. We have been going through an entire week of open qualifiers, and they will conclude here in the closed qualifier for each region. We already wrapped up with the Asia closed qualifier, with the Americas closed qualifier. We are halfway through the European closed qualifier. Now we are here with the Korean closed qualifier. 2 players will make it through this bracket, through this top 8 of players, and qualify for the EWC. We have 8 players, we have 2 slots. Here we go, spawning in the right corner of Ultra Love. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Al-Qadia Esports. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our Gamba going, as we jump into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, these are all best of 5s, purely best of 5s, and of course best of 7 qualifying matches. So we have an insane amount of matches up ahead of us. Let's go as we jump into our initial TVP. For now, single gas. Okay, single gas opener out of Cure, going for an economic start, going for a Rax expand here on the low ground. We see creators in position to delay, to block, to deny, and to disrupt the initial opener for as long as possible. Here we have just over 400 minerals, but oh, there we go, is zoned away, and the base is thrown down. So again, economic start here from Cure. Meanwhile, across the map, we have a take of choice soon to be on the horizon. So far, just Gate, Cybercore into Nexus. So standard opener out of Creator. So far, so good. Whew, let's go. Let's go, baby, let's go. Again, as we do embrace our matchup here, as we do embrace our initial TVP. When it comes to the mainstream, they're going to be covering Rogue versus Zoun. They're going to be all over that initial matchup, so do head on over to the mainstream for updates on that. We have our own series, and of course, we're going to be following this into the upper bracket semifinals, and then most likely into the lower bracket thereafter. So that's going to be the plan here for the stream, is 2 upper bracket matches, then lower bracket there on forward, until eventually we meet up with the mainstream. Eventually, we'll get there. Eventually, we will get there. Until then, Twilight Council opener out of Creator, standard opener so far. Welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love known for more aggressive styles, for more aggressive builds, known for all-ins as well, and so is Cure. Cure, he's been doing nothing but all-ins for the past 2 months. It's been crazy to see the change of pace from Cure to be hyper aggressive and hyper assertive. It has been insane to see just that dynamic change from the side of Cure, and we'll see that continues here as well. As we get the adept across the map, but we'll delay any kind of mining here at the natural. We'll deny mining before shading away. And now we can sink into our early game. Let's go. It's going to be Blink of choice. We have been seeing a lot of charge play recently from a lot of the Europeans. I'm referring to Skills and Showtime. Like, we saw a lot of charge in at the last 24 hours when it comes to our take of choice, when it comes to openers, but here we're just going back to normalcy, going for a Twilight Council opener. Extra gateways on the way, 3-gate blink out of Creator. We could throw down a 4th gateway and double down and be hyper aggressive. For the most part, 3-gate blink is just very safe, robo as well before expanding. So safe start out of Creator. Cure back at home, 1-1-1 into Woodmine drop, and I'm curious to see where this leads us from here. We can still be hyper aggressive in the aftermath, going into our tech labs, going into our add-ons and tanks, of course, but until then we start off with the mine drop, then into tech lab. Here we go. Here we go. Show the GuMiho versus Bunny match, please. We already have our first series that we're going to be covering. Yeah, we have a series. We might be able to catch up with some of the other players, of course, thereafter. I believe this series leads into the winner of Bunny versus GuMiho, if I'm not mistaken. Or that might be on the mainstream. I'll have to double check. Yes. So for those that are curious, this series is coinciding with the GuMiho Bunny series. So we're going to wrap this up first, and then the winner of this series goes up against the winner of GuMiho versus Bunny. Just as a heads up, that's where our stream is going to be following. That's where we're going to be headed. For now, though, we do have a creator. He's going to be pushing out. Does break free. Behind this, remember, 3-gate blink, extra gases, delayed third base. So creator is going to be doubling down a little bit more here. He's going to be warping in, going to be reinforcing, is going for a bit of a more aggressive 3-gate blink build. And back at home, no tank yet, but there is a bunker. Bunker is ready. Creator will try to break through. Quick reaction here, does repair. And so far, here he's holding on. Yeah, it does hold on. It does zone creator back. So far, so good. Tank production has begun. Getting into his tank production. Likewise, diving on the bunker. Oh, does set back, takes down the bunker, not bad. Tank does set up though, does siege, and has to respect that tank. So creator, he backs up, pulls away. Behind this, still no expansion, by the way. Very late third nexus. Very late expand. Mindrill coming in, good reaction here so far by creator. Does pull away in time. Good reactions. Oh, as he will lose another probe. And now he does expand, but again, at late at third base. Creator diving into the main. Oh, can he push it into 2 tanks though? Yeah, base out the tank shots, he gets one. Yeah, nice juggling, gets 1 tank. And now trying to go for the other, but the tank volleys are brutal. And so many stalkers go down. In the end, creator, he will hold. Oof. Punching the army. Looking at the trades here, that was 3 stalkers. Okay, 3 stalkers going down. That could have been so much worse. Does take down 2 tanks at least. And that will delay the move out. And there we go. Third TC's on the way. Cure, he is expanding, is calming down. Forced to get into a longer game state. What I will say is that, again, creator, his third base is quite late. It's quite delayed. But he does at least maintain map control. For now. Does maintain. Here we go. So by Cure, he does defend, he does deflect. He is holding on. And Creator, even though he's supposed to have map control, he does have a nice spread of stalkers here. Cure, he breaks out. Oh, I say that, he does get spotted. Is spotted by Creator. Yeah, Cure is contained. So far, so good. Again, this also shows the strength of a blink-based opener, is that you can contain your opponent and keep the Terror on 2 bases that much longer. Meanwhile, Creator getting fully saturated, working towards charge, Forge, +1, Immortal production, eventually into splash damage. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. He's on the way. Here, likewise. Oh, does go for the stim. Let's go with the same. Oh, I swear you got splash damage. Sorry, Storm was already done. Yeah, Storm is ready. It's revealed. Not bad. Does Zone Cure away. And with Storm, Creator, can he break the third? It's going to be close. What do we have to defend? We have a couple of Widow Mines. We have the Raven, of course. We have the anti-arm missile. The missile is available. The army is somewhat in position. Tank is repositioning as well. Yeah, but Creator is going for the dive. They're going for the kill. How good are the Storms going to be? So far, pretty good. Yeah, the Storms, they do, but they force the army back. Massive Storms on the fire. Yeah, the Storms are insane. Oh my god. The Storms are brutal. Boys are being pulled. Immortal shots are going to be wasted. But Creator, it looks like he should barely have enough. It's going to be close. No more Zealots. Oh, Prism does pull away. Yeah, without Zealots, Cure holds. Cure, he holds on. He shuts down the Immortals. Will cost him 17 SCVs, but he survives. He does survive. Forcing Creator back. Again, Creator, he barely just did not have enough. Ran out of Zealots. And Cure, he does have that army supply lead. Cure, he will lose a lot of SCVs, that is true, but he actually had SCVs to spare. And remember, Creator, he didn't have a high worker count to begin with. Economically, Cure, he's still looking good. He's still in a good position. Behind us, working towards Ghost. Ghost production has begun. And Creator, he was so committed with that, and he failed to get down. Well, he failed to break his opponent. behind this. There's one High Templar, there's 3 Stalkers. There's not really much of an army. And Kira, he's overwhelming. Like, he's soon to just exceed and overwhelm. Creator getting ready for... he shouldn't be pushing in, he should just be looking to contain and try to slow down the push. But it is a rough position here for Creator. Oh. Baits out the mine. Does bait out the Widow mine. Colossus production has begun. Creator, he needs time, but the problem is that soon Cure, he's about to max. I say max, he's most likely going to be pushing soon at around 180 supply. He's building up. Now, as Cure moves out, we have Creator moving in. Creator, he does have that Zealot run by. He's ready to counterattack. Cure is pushing, has a terrifying army. Cure gets spotted. Here come the Zealots. And ideally, Creator wants to force Cure back home. As Zealots, they will be getting into mineral lines. SCVs are going down. Cure moving in. Nice EMP, denies the storm. Ooh, there's the NG overcharge. One storm connects. Prism goes down. And that was the only storm. Yeah, that was the only storm. From here, Cure, he will snowball out of control. He will break the expansion. Sims on in. EMP of the Immortals. And Creator, he cannot keep up. Not like this. Not anymore. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Cure, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Creator, he was so committed when it came to his storm timing, when it came to his attack at the 3rd base. And the storms were solid, don't get me wrong, but we were lacking reinforcements. We were lacking those Zealots. We were lacking that kind of buffer for the main army. Once the Zealots went down, those Stalkers and Immortals, they're just so fragile. They just folded so fast and so quick. And yeah, with that, GG. GG will play. Cure does take a lead in the series. That does take game number 1. And now we are getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that second game, and we'll see if Creator can bounce back. As a reminder, best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us, plenty of games to come, so we will be able to sink our teeth into this ZVT. Don't you worry. But so far, a strong start here from Cure. Again, just a better defensive play overall, able to secure himself. Had a different approach as well. Like I'm used to seeing nowadays, I'm used to seeing Cure be hyper aggressive and hyper committed, but not this time. Not this time. Not in game 1 at least. Here we go. And yo, as we get into this, a big shout to Kang TQD in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community. Gifted sub to Thomas Co. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support as always. Beautiful. Likewise, see Kashim in the chat as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Kanoya earlier. True did resubscribe. Oh, sorry, did raid. Did give us a raid. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the support, Kanoya. Thank you, as always. Oh. As we are getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Alcazia Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Hello. As Curie does send out not just 1, 2 SCVs. Let's go. Cure just ramping up the aggression, ramping up the temperature here coming into Pylon. We do have 2 SCVs out on the map. For what? For 2 Raxes. The Raxes are going to be on the way. This time going to be a lot more committed here from Cure. With this, we could even try to set up some bunkers as well. After the Raxes are complete, we can still make use of those SCVs, and we'll see how committed Cure is going to be. Gases are being taken back at home. From here, we can set up reactors. We can set up reactors and go into Proxy Marauder, which is I've seen, I don't want to say relatively often, but it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon here in TVP going Proxy Marauder. As Hero's been having a harder time this year against it. Depends on how creator does react once he realizes what's happening. So far, here comes the probe scout, and he will confirm the Rax is missing. Speaking of Proxy Marauder, there it is. Tech Labs. Tech Labs on the way. Proxy Marauder is on the horizon. Now, seeing the missing Rax isn't the biggest of tells. Right now, we're looking to check the natural location and the third location as well to confirm what exactly is going on. You can see, we're checking further back in the main. It is not uncommon to hide the Rax in your own bases. So creator, he's searching. Moves out with the second probe. And he will check the common location. He will confirm the proxy. There we go. He does see both Raxes and both Tech Labs. He knows. Creator is aware. We need shield batteries. We need more production, whether it's a robo response or a gateway. Do you need more production as well? Marauder's moving in. Shield batteries under fire. Stalker does pop out. And a couple of boys are being pulled. Can he get on top of that first Marauder? He's trying to. Does run away. There's 3 Marauders in total. Here he does pull back. Does consolidate his army. Likewise, creator buying time, getting a second shield battery. King Cuts Shell is on the way. And right now we can't quite afford any other production building. It's just the one gateway. That's 4 Marauders, soon to be 6. That's a lot of Marauders. Getting to 5. Gates on the way. And we have more boys being pulled. Here we go. Cure, he's doubling down. Ideally, we want to wait for the boys. Just making 2 more Marauders. Still has some mining going on to keep producing. And there we go. He does pull the trigger. Oh, diving in. Going for the first Stalker, and he will barely get it. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down to 3. Down to 3 Stalkers, down to 2, and soon to be down to 1 as well. Just so many Marauders. The boys are not enough. And all the Stalkers will fall. And with that, there's nothing left. There's nothing here. There's nothing left. Second gate's on the way. Too little too late. So the boys that were not good enough here to defend either, to buffer. Pylon goes down. The Exorcist Pylon. No. There's no defense. No shield batteries. No gateway units. No nothing. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take a lead in the series 2-0. GG. GG well played. He will extend his lead. And with that, Cure, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. Whew. Again, a bit of a rougher start here for Creator. It's difficult to deal with Proxy Marauder, especially if they commit that hard. I'm referring to the boys being pulled. Like, they did the boys, specifically the SCVs, did a great job when it comes to tanking for the Marauders and specifically tanking the probes of his opponents. The probes there are quite necessary to actually buffer for the Stalkers and lock down those Marauders, but there just weren't enough there. Again, Creator, he just had a bit of a later reaction, a later realization of how committed Cure was going to be. So with that, Cure, he does overwhelm, does snowball out of control, and Cure is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Oh boy. One more game is all that Cure needs. Creator is up against the wall. Now this is a best of 5. There's still room here to bounce back and to recover, but it's a rough position to be in. It's a rough position. Here we go. As they are deciding, or they're just getting the next map ready. Are setting up. Reminder as well, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to be following these players into the next round as well. Into the next round. We'll get there. Oh boy. Likewise, the mainstream, they're covering Rogue versus Zoun. There are some other language channels out there as well. I believe there's some Korean coverage. I believe there is some potentially Polish coverage as well. The TKL is out there. So there's potentially other streams that are going to be covering some of the other matches, specifically ByuN versus Ryung and GuMiho versus Bunny. You know, they might be covered by some of the other casters out there. They might have you. For now, though, it looks like our players need a moment, which is understandable. They do need a moment to calm down and gather their thoughts. There we go. Thanks for casting. Vamos, vámonos, vámonos. And we'll be able to stay in the upper bracket for at least a couple of rounds. After that, of course, the mainstream will have you covered there. I guess we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket itself. We can take a moment, just because we're still waiting for our players. We can take a moment here, but yes, all of the matches are going to be best of fives, of course, and we do have two series on the way. We have Rogue versus Zoun, we have Creator versus Cure, both currently underway. Likewise, we have ByuN versus Ryung and GuMiho versus Bunny. We have 8 players in total are facing off in the bracket. Yeah, we can zoom in a little bit, and it is double elimination. So regardless of who wins and who loses in the initial series, there is going to be room here, a little bit of wiggle room. There is going to be that safety net at least underneath to be able to keep up, to be able to hold on. So everyone does have a second life. They have another life. Likewise, it's going to be one player qualifying for the upper brackets and one player from the lower bracket as well. So we have 2 qualifying matches, 2 best of 7s. So there are 2 opportunities here for the players to make it through. They have their opportunities. And coming into this, it's going to be a hard one to call. Like, there are definitely some heavy hitters, of course, like your GuMihos, like your Rogues, like your ByuNs as well. It is brutal to know that there's only 2 spots available. Only 2 spots. But best of luck. Best of luck to everyone involved. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Alkadzia Esports. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. As our series does continue, and again, Cure does have that 2-0 lead. And we are getting ready for game 3. And Cure is on match point. He's on match point. On one more game is all he needs. Now we are loading into a larger map. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger map, known for longer game states, known for a bit more macro games as well. Longer game states specifically. And I do favor Creator here when it comes to getting into a longer game, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get there. See if we can get there. So now, Creator, he does probe scout across the map. Of course, we have confirmation, single gas, and oh, we do get the CC this time. No block. Yeah, Creator, he was just a little bit too late here to get under that command center. So nice start for Cure. Does get his economic build up and running. Behind this Creator, it's going to be up to him to throw down his tech of choice. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to 2-gate blink. 2-gate blink into a faster third nexus. Something more economic. If you want to be safe, then we could see a robo opener, but there's not much reason to be safe here on Tokamak. So we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, from this kind of setup, Cure, he can still go for early drop harass, like Widowmine drops. He can set up a Banshee play as well. It's not going to be as committed or as aggressive as it otherwise could be with double gas, but can still open up in such a way. As we have a take of choice, it is going to be the Twilight Council. Twilight Council's on the way, working towards blink. Meanwhile, interesting, we have the initial reactor into add-on swap into Helium production. Okay, So reacted Hellion out of Cure. This might just lead into a medevac, into a Hellion drop with 4 Hellions. So we could commit. Assuming we don't go double Hellion into double Widowmine. Ah, never mind. Double Hellion into double Widowmine. So Hellions to harass, Hellions to poke in, and meanwhile a Mind Drop follow-up instead. Here we go. Meanwhile, Creator throwing down extra gateways. So far, 2 gates. So 2 gate blink at a Creator. Yep, 2 gate blink into a third. So Creator, he's being economic. He's being economic here. Meanwhile, the Mind Drop is moving out. It's going to be a quadruple Mind Drop. Forward mines. What's terrifying about this kind of committed Mind Drop as well is, as the defending player, you don't know how many Widow Mines there are inside that drop unless you scatter with hallucination. So as the drop comes in, there are moments where you can try to kind of fake out that you have less Widow Mines than you really do. You can drop 1 or drop 2, then pull back in, and then try to catch up on it off guard. You can play around with it. Another. Does boost in. Stalker's in position. Massive volley goes off. Ooh, on the Widow Mines though, Hellions, they bust into the mid run as well. Probes are lining up. Oh my god, 7 probes. 7 probes do go down. Ay. Hellions are gonna go down, but that was well worth it. It's getting up to 9 probes. 10. Oh boy. 10 workers for 2 Hellions and for 4 Widow Mines. Not a bad trade. Widow Mines, they tried to spread out, but last day should be cleaned up. But that is a nice start. Nice start here from Cure. As he pulls away. Behind this, of course, he's aware of the third base. He's aware of the opener. Aware of 2 gate blink. Cure did scout. Did scout upon scouting. We do have charge behind this. So Creator, he's going blink into charge into what should be a forge and +1 into delayed splash damage. Is more or less a standard follow that we're expecting nowadays. Cure fortifying himself on 2 bases. Will expand. We'll get a third. Okay. Again, I feel like at post GSL he's got out of his system. If you remember, at GSL for most of this month, even at DreamHack Dallas as well, we saw hyper aggressive builds out of Creator. But here in this series, like we're calming down. We're actually expanding, getting bases. You know, a 6 gate explosion. Jesus, getting to 8 gateways. What concerns me here, not just this gateway explosion, this is a gateway explosion in favor of going for a forge and going for +1 and going for the bay and going for another gas. Like we're forgoing tech in favor of just mass zealot. And it's quite committed here from Creator. It's very committed. To have the forge on the way. Okay, so it's going to be a later upgrade, later forge, later +1. Cells are revealed. And Cure slowly expanding. Oh, nice movement. Medevac is barely not going to go down. Whew. Does get away. Cure pulls out. Behind this, third base is being taken. Players are getting ready. Getting ready here. Cure fanning on the right hand side. Creator moving on the left. The armies, they do pass by each other. Uh-oh. And Creator, he will get the third. He will get in. As he's going down, Cure, he from here will most likely commit. Creator being very tentative about moving in. Yeah, playing scared. Doesn't take the opportunity. Doesn't recall back home. Creator out of position completely. He's racing back. Yeah, it does race back. Autostar's going to be thrown down. The Creator tries to commit. Massive mine shots. Dels will fall. And Cure, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Just Stalkers coming from behind. But Stalkers, again, they're fragile. There are just so many Marauders. Ooh, takes down the Prism. Takes down the Immortal. Now we can just fight toe-to-toe with the Stalkers as well. Alas, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. These are still efficient trade. Oh god, these are still very efficient. And Cure, he's done it. Again, Creator, unfortunately, was just caught out on the map. He missed the army movement. He was out of position. He chose not to give into the base trade. And GG gets called. Cure, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very impressive performance there by Cure as he does claim the series. Does take the 3-0 in the end. Again, we did see some diverse play out of Cure. We saw some proxies, of course, in game 2 with the Proxy Marauder, but game 1 and game 3 we saw some more initially economic builds, but very committed on 2 bases. I say committed on 2 bases. It was kind of weird here in game 3 where the armies, they passed by each other. Creator, he poked in at the third. There was nothing there. But Creator, he didn't go for it. I feel like that also shows like a little bit of Creator's like playstyle and personality as well, where he was a little bit too tentative to really commit. He was a little bit scared of where the army was when it was across the map, and again, he was out of position. He decided to race back home, decided not to commit and not to try to break the base or break the mineral line. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Cure, he will claim the series. He'll advance on into the next round. And we will be jumping into our next series here. Oh, we already have them ready. Here we go. Do you need a moment? Do need a moment to set things up, but here we go. We're jumping into our next series. Now we are jumping in mid-series. As a reminder here, the winner of this matchup will go up against Cure. Cure is waiting for one of these 2 players, and we're here to find out which one. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. Here we go as we are jumping into our TBT again, jumping in mid-series. We are currently tied up 1-1, and we're jumping into game number 3. Oh boy! And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of, or I say best, as we jump into our best of 5. To jump in now, we aren't quite aware or aren't quite familiar with what happened in game 1 and game 2. We just know they were longer games, right? They were longer games. I think game 1 was 21 minutes. I did see earlier. I was keeping an eye on the other players. Game 1 was a longer one. And we're here to find out who will take a lead in the series. Double gas opener out of GuMiho. Meanwhile, Bonnie going for a Rax Expand economic start instead. So already we do divert. Already we have some differing openers and differing builds. GuMiho will have a faster factory. Bunny with the faster command center. So GuMiho is going to be the aggressor. Bunny is going to be the defender. We go. And from the side of GuMiho, we'll see how hard we commit. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go for an earlier Cyclone. But GuMiho will expand. Does claim his natural. Does claim his natural. GuMiho poking out. Ooh. Is going to be punished though. Has to retreat. Has to respect the Reaper of Bunny. Does have to respect it. Bunny setting up defensively here with a bunker. Bunker's on the way, Factory's on the way, getting to his own 1-1-1 setup. And from the side of GuMiho, it looks like we are going for the initial reactor, but not committing too hard to Hellions. Okay. It's going to be one Hellion, 2 Reapers, so not a big commitment here early on to any kind of Hellion aggression. Is going into a much faster tech lab. From here, we can go into faster tank production or even into a faster Cyclone. We'll see which we go for. You know, GuMiho, he does just rush past the bunker, heads into the mineral line. SCVs are exposed. Getting one. Yeah, one SCV goes down, diving on the Marines. Nice splash damage with the Hellion, and both Marines will fall. Not a bad trade. Trades out 1 Hellion, 1 Reaper for an SCV and 2 Marines. More importantly, does economic damage. And denies mining as well. Denies mining at the natural. With that, even though Bunny had the faster command center, we do see GuMiho with the slightly higher worker count. Now, Bunny does have an extra mule, so there is, you know, that factor coming in. So Bunny is still in a decent position economically, but GuMiho is slowly catching up. Is catching up. Behind this, we have confirmation, not a Cyclone, early tank production, first and second tank on the way. Medevac is on the way for the drop. And there is a position here on Ultra Love where you can siege up on the right hand side and actually get within range of the mineral patches. You can deny mining. This is just a brutal position here, and GuMiho is going for it. He's going for the tank drop. Behind this, abandoning any kind of medevac production, going into Vikings instead. We can actually turn this into mech. We can just mech it up. Oh, tank does siege. Bunny creature siege as well. Oh, it's gonna be close. As Bunny barely out of range. But already these 3 patches here, no mining. No mining from these patches. GuMiho does reposition. And we'll respect the Viking. Does pull away. Bunny likewise also going into tank Viking. So both players mirroring each other when it comes to the follow-ups. Just making as many tanks as Vikings as tank and Vikings as we can. Again, this is a much more traditional form of TVT. Just tank Viking. If we were casting ByuN, then he'd be rushing into Stim and rushing into more Raxes. Into a more bio-heavy composition. And GuMiho, he does have map control, getting his 3rd base on location. Oh. Meanwhile, Bunny does shoot first with his Vikings. Bunny fighting for map control. We're looking for a way in. GuMiho will zone him back. Bunny, he will retreat. And what's important here is this. Like, GuMiho, he doesn't have to push in. Doesn't have to break the main or break the natural. What he's doing here, as he is going into the main, by the way. He's crazy. Oh, does let the Vikings go for production. He has control of the ramp. He's trying to at least. Gets tanks just going up. Gets 1 tank. Gets the 1. Ooh, but the tank volleys are brutal. Yeah, volleys are brutal, and in the end, GuMiho, he will lose everything in the main. Yeah, this is not worth it. The tanks go down, the Vikings go down. And what I was going to say earlier, as GuMiho, he'll lose everything, is that GuMiho, he didn't have to push in. All he had to do was contain. All he had to do was deny the 3rd because he had his own. His own was on location. Alas, GuMiho, he got a little bit too greedy, and in the end, it did lose everything. 3 tanks, 4 Vikings, and now it's go time. Now it's time to counterattack. The boys are being pulled as well, okay, some of them at least, to repair. And GuMiho, he's lacking an army. He's lacking an army. He has to abandon the 3rd. Does lift, does pull away. And now the reverse is true, in saying that Bunny doesn't have to push into these bases. All Bunny has to do is deny the 3rd. Just contain GuMiho. You know, GuMiho being a little bit risky here. He does counterattack. Does sneak by. His army gets spotted. GuMiho, he will get a couple of SCVs. Bunny is forced back home. GuMiho going for the ninja. He's crazy. Does land elsewhere. First things first here at the 4th location, and he does go for the ninja base at the same time. Bunny also going for his 4th, at double expanding essentially. Both players are. On the one hand, I was going to say that this is a way for GuMiho to recover economically and to get a lead and to get ahead and be cheeky, but Bunny's also taking his 4th base even faster than that of GuMiho. And we're meching it up. Double factory on the way. Bunny is playing mech. From the side of GuMiho, I can say almost the same, going double factory alongside double starport. Now, when it comes to TVT, a lot of this does come down to air control. Air control is paramount in TVT. That's why we're investing so heavily into Vikings. Now, the reason why air control is so important is because tanks, they shoot further than they can see, which is a unique kind of dynamic with TVT and with tank versus tank. So air vision and just vision in general is that much more important. To maintain that air control, to maintain that vision, to allow your tanks to actually make use of that range. So GuMiho making 4 Vikings at a time. GuMiho double expanding, getting bottom right, and claiming his third as well. So far, Bunny still has that Viking lead. The reason for this, of course, if you remember, is because GuMiho lost 4 Vikings earlier in the main. So in a mirror matchup, GuMiho is still behind inside Vikings. But he is catching up thanks to the second starport. Turrets being thrown down. We have Blue Flame on the way. We have Mech-Filled Accelerators as well. And with mech versus mech coming into play, now is the time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. We're going to be here for a while. It's the game is going to slow down. So far, when it comes to worker counts, GuMiho does have a worker lead. He doesn't really have the most efficient mining, but he's getting there. Likewise, welcome to Ultra Love. If you remember, we spoke about this last time, but Ultra Love is an extreme map. What I mean by that is a map of extremes. We often see a lot of early game aggression, early game all-ins, or we see a lot of late game. The reasoning for this is because the rush distance by ground is quite short, and the bases themselves early on are quite accessible, but as the game progresses, when we get up to 4 bases, that's when the game can slow down. The reason for this terrain. We have some brutal choke points here in the center. These 2 bridges, they're so narrow, so trying to get past this into a siege line with your opponent in position is difficult. Same with these other points of elevation. More choke points, more elevated locations as well. Here on the right and left hand side, it is hard to really get past these locations unscouted and get past your opponent's army. We often do see a lot of late game on Ultra Love. Yeah, sensor towers being thrown down, siege lines are being made. We're walling up and looking to max out. Likewise, more sensor towers. So after all that early game aggression, the game is in a way equalizing. I say in a way, we do have still a bit of a disparity between the players. We have 19 Vikings for GuMiho. Again, we spoke about it, but that second starport is coming in clutch here, and GuMiho has a massive Viking lead. When it comes to the tank count also in favor of GuMiho. Instead, oh, I just realized, Bunny, he's been making a lot of Cyclones. He's going into Battle Mech. He's not going into your traditional tank Viking, he's going Cyclone Viking instead. Now, this is going to be interesting. Cyclones, as you can imagine, they shoot up, right? Cyclones, they're a way to support the Vikings. So on the one hand, yes, GuMiho has a massive Viking lead, but Bunny can still take a fight thanks to the Cyclones. The downside, though, is that Bunny, with this battle mech composition, he's going to have a hard time pushing into these siege lines. Like, these siege lines of tanks are going to be superior in that sense, assuming they're in position. Bunny has a more mobile force. So he can poke, he can prod. If at any moment there's a weak point in the defenses, if at any moment there's maybe a weak point, maybe only 1 or 2 tanks instead of the 4 or 5, then Bunny can break through. That's the thing here. Bunny, his entire army is being active and is patrolling. Meanwhile, GuMiho is spread out, right? He's spread between all these bases with his tanks. Not with all, but with some. So GuMiho, he will not fight with his entire army when the fight occurs. Look at the tank. Tank goes down. Fusion Core's on the way. That should be for Liberators. Bunny rotates towards the left-hand side. And he does get 2 tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks going down. A Viking as well. GuMiho is trying to keep up with the rotations. He's trying to keep up. And so far he is. But again, I'll be honest, I'm not used to seeing this kind of dynamic in TVT, like battle mech versus like traditional mech. Like it's not something you see often. And I mean, there's potential, of course, if GuMiho gets caught unsieged. If he gets caught unsieged, then Bunny can just collapse in. But now Bunny going for a counterattack. And GuMiho out of position. We go for the base trade. Oh, what's the plan? 1 tank gets picked up. Bunny turns back around. GuMiho's pre-siege. Takes down one of the tanks. And GuMiho does siege up. But does he have enough tanks? There we go. He does go for the mass land. Yeah, lands the Vikings to buffer. And that's a lot of Vikings. With that tank foliage, they just pop off. They shut down the Vikings of Bunny. And GuMiho, he will just completely dominate this fight. Again, these tanks in the backline, they did so much. And you can see that in a head-on fight, GuMiho will take it. Bunny cannot fight head-on. And he will lose everything. With that, CC goes down. Bunny, he has all these bases, but it won't matter. It will not matter. Not anymore. CC goes down. GuMiho pushing forward. We spoke about it. The advantage that Bunny had was his mobility, which means you can counterattack, you can catch reinforcements, you can backstab, you can head into mineral lines, head into bases. What you can't do is fight head on. Not against a tank army like this. Not with battle mech. Or I guess you could. And we saw what happened. I mean, we saw what happened, but yeah. GuMiho on patrol, lands in the main, cancels production, takes down the tanks. Yeah, tanks are falling. Bunny trying to respond. Meanwhile, GuMiho, he does abandon some of his tanks. They're left alone. But what about the main? What about the main base? As GuMiho stutter stepping in, takes down the starport, takes down the add-ons. Bunny racing back home. The production is under fire. And GuMiho. But you want to enter a TVT mech game against... You want to out-mech GuMiho? Nah. Who do you think you are, Ryung? Mate, calm down. Ryung's in the other TVT. As Bunny does move out. Again, the best chance that Bunny has is to just backstab, to counterattack instead. But GuMiho is just going straight for the kill, straight for the production. The throat here, the heart of the bases of Bunny. The heart of the Terran. There you go, lands here in the main, cancels production. Bunny, he attempts the base trade. But the problem with the base trade is that GuMiho, he's already in the bases. Like, he's already in the natural, he's already in the main. And GG gets called. GuMiho, he will take a lead in the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Will take a lead. And again, it was a dicey start initially, I'll be honest. Like, it was it was a little bit dicey there for GuMiho, especially when it came to losing his first wave of army, his first tanks, of course, when he jumped into the main, where he lost all of his Vikings as well. It was a rough start for GuMiho, but alas, but in the end, he was able to recover, he was able to double expand, and with that, he was able to get into what he knew was necessary, of course, into that mass Viking, into that tank-heavy composition as well. He got there. Oh. And now we're jumping into our next game, and we'll see if GuMiho can close it out. And we'll see if Bunny can force the ace match. Here we go. Whew. So we are now getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. Leading the series 2-1, it is GuMiho. We go. as as GuMiho moves out with not just one, with 2 SCVs. We're going for the proxy 2 racks. Let's go. Much more aggressive start here from GuMiho. Again, he does have a lead, and it is not uncommon to cheese it up here in TVT, especially amongst the Koreans, once you have that advantage with not just one, with a second racks as well. So 2 racks Reaper here out of GuMiho. Bunny, though, does open up double gas opener out of Bunny. Now, with the double gas opener, what does that mean? That means a faster factory. That means a delayed command center, a delayed economy, which is going to be ideal against a proxy. So essentially, there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window in time where GuMiho is going to be up when it comes to Reapers, because he has 2 Raxes as opposed to the 1 Rax of Bunny. That is true, but Bunny will have to pull the boys, buy time for the factory to finish, buy time for the Hellion, and if he can minimize losses, then Bunny can hold. Like Bunny, he will have the tools to defend, he will have the tools to hold. GuMiho is being hyper aggressive, but alas, this is not like an insta win or anything like that. It comes down to the army, or to the player micro, to the player control. There we go. GuMiho knows. He pokes in, and GuMiho, he's aware that he's on a bit of a timer. He's aware of the factory. Factory's on the way. Reapers are building up. Now, as a reminder as well, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. You can still expand behind this. You can still transition out of this. But this also has the potential to end the game. Oh, as Bunny scouts. Yeah, he scouts, he checks, he does confirm. And from here, Bunny, he can pre-pull the boys. He can pre-pull SCVs to defend. Yep, there we go. Does pre-pull them. 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs already moved out. Now again, if Bunny hadn't scouted this, then this wouldn't be happening. Like, as in, he wouldn't be pre-prepared like this, where he has SCVs ready to defend. And again, he has to protect his Reaper. Oh, GuMiho pokes in. Pokes in, does pull away. And so far, he's done it. Now we have a second Reaper, and we're a couple of seconds away from the Hellion. Bunny is held. And GuMiho, his response, factory back at home into that CC on the low ground. GuMiho is transitioning out of this. The game will continue. As GuMiho is looking for another way in. Oh. Jumping into the main. Does get past the army. Will delay the CC. Not bad. Takes down a Reaper. Takes down 1 SCV. Takes down a second. Yeah, 2 SCVs do go down. That's because here by GuMiho. They will pull away. And he doesn't lose a single Reaper. Very nice trades here. Again, GuMiho not losing a single unit so far. So very efficient. But again, there's a lot of pressure on GuMiho to get damage done because his command center is late. Right? Remember, because of the cheese, because of the proxy, the command center is delayed for GuMiho. So he has to get as much value as possible to make up for that. Going back in. Takes down the Marine. Takes down the Marine once again. Goes into the middle line. Oh! Before he goes off. Boys are being pulled. Delays CC once again. Takes out one of the Hellions. And GuMiho is trading out a lot of Reapers this time. But once again, he delays the CC. He does kill the building worker. So GuMiho is catching up. He's catching up with that timing. Oh no! GuMiho! He's an animal. He steals the add-on. I haven't seen that in a long time. The floating Rax goes in. He takes the add-on for himself. This was meant to be for a Cyclone, by the way. For Bunny. GuMiho. Let's go. With that, the Cyclone is going to be denied. We do have Cloak Banshee on the way. This is going to delay Bunny. As Bunny, he needs that add-on. And I mean, otherwise this army would be across the map. Like GuMiho, you'd be in trouble. You'd be defending right now. But no, the army's delayed. And there we go. The Rax finally does go down. And finally, Bunny can land. He can now start up his tank or his Cyclone. There we go. Tank's on the way. GuMiho. And Bunny, as a response, double expand. Third TC. Going for the third TC. Bunny now claims his own. And that, once again, GuMiho is here to delay. He delays the command center once again. Back at home, he's mining. Back at home. Even though GuMiho's base was later, even though he did open up with a proxy Rax, GuMiho has a better economy. GuMiho, he does have mining here at the natural. His opponent does not. His opponent's mining is delayed. So a very nice start here by GuMiho. Very cheeky move as well. Both times. So many delays. And this isn't just delaying the expansion. Again, it's delaying all of this army from moving out across the map. Remember, GuMiho, he lost all his Reapers. Remember the trade that we just saw? Like GuMiho, he lost 6 Reapers earlier when he was fighting in the main base. So he was vulnerable to a counterattack. He was vulnerable to his opponent. But Bunny has been stuck at home. He's been stuck at home because of all these Raxes, because of all these shenanigans. And it has allowed GuMiho to recover. To now get an economic lead. You can see 37 workers to 34. Taking his gases, muling of course, and now getting into his own mech. This time, he is going for battle mech. Okay, macro accelerators on the way. Meanwhile, Banshee arrives, Banshee gets shut down. GuMiho playing safe, had his Cyclones, had his Raven as well. He also did scout at the researching tech lab with his racks, so he knew everything that was happening. He was aware of the cloak Banshee. Was aware. Second Banshee into the main. GuMiho does have another Raven, does have another Cyclone. Again, the Raven is a detector. So GuMiho, he just completely shuts down both Banshees. Ay, ay, ay. This was an expensive commitment here by Bunny to invest into Cloak, to invest into the Banshees, and they killed 2 SCVs. That was not worth it. Not worth it for Bunny. With that, now he's trying to settle down, getting to his own mech. Just now, halfway through macro accelerators, getting his upgrades, landing his third CC. GuMiho here has his own. So GuMiho, faster natural, now faster third base as well. GuMiho looking quite comfortable. The pressure is on Bunny. It's hard to be active without the upgrade though. Like, we're still waiting for the upgrade. Still waiting for macro accelerators. Bunny, he scouts, he confirms third base is up and running. He's aware of the economic state of GuMiho. Scans, spots the main army. Bunny looking for another way in. Rotating over. It does rotate. I love in the chat. I've never seen this. It's crazy. It's GuMiho. He's lost his mind, fam. Aye, aye, aye. And now the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. GuMiho is still enjoying a better economy, building up his tank count, building up his mech. As opposed to the last game, this time GuMiho, he's not prioritizing Viking production. As you can see, he's going into his own Cyclones, his own more mobile composition. So we have a very different dynamic compared to last game. Remember, last game, GuMiho built up like this brute force of an army of mass Viking tank. This time he's also instead focusing on more mobility. On those Cyclones. Speaking of the floating racks is dealt with. Does burn down. Bunny reinforcing. Better lock onto here from GuMiho. Mass disable as well. Yeah, nice disables. Does lock down some of those Cyclones. GuMiho has to respect the tanks though. It does pull away. Does pull back to his own. It does pull back overall. Both players did lose 4 Cyclones. So an even Cyclone trade. I believe GuMiho lost a Raven. Yeah, it did lose 1. 2 Ravens left. Still very tense. What's concerning to me here is that GuMiho doesn't actually have many Hellions, so he doesn't have much buffer for his army. Again, Hellions, they play a crucial role in this dynamic. They're not really built to deal damage. The Hellions, I mean, they're built to tank. They're built to soak damage and be that buffer for the Cyclones. The Cyclones are the real damage dealers. So GuMiho's army is a little bit more fragile as he's switching into a more tank-heavy composition, switching out of Cyclones into tanks. And now we expand. 4th base for Bunny. GuMiho starting up his own. The game is slowing down. Whew, okay, the game is slowing down. We can see both players are switching out of Cyclone into more tanks. The one Hellion run by. GuMiho scans, does confirm that Bunny is expanding. As Bunny's looking for another way in. Bunny splits up his army. So we have a Hellion Cyclone on one side, we have a tank composition on the other. Trying to break through. GuMiho is aware of one. Bunny, he does scan. Does see these stray tanks. With that, ByuN consolidating his forces. Still looking for a way in. Oh! And he's going for it. He's going for the dive. Yeah, GuMiho a little bit late to respond. First tank goes down. Second tank as well. Nice big goes here by ByuN. Takes down 2 tanks, just forcing his way through. GuMiho late to siege, late to react. Does disable just barely, but it may not be enough. Yeah, Vikings, they do land in time, and the tank line is going to barely survive. I say that, still 2 tanks left. Oh, only 2. And the tank barely goes down. As I say that, ByuN also lost a lot of forces. Now moving in. Yeah, and GuMiho has to abandon the base. Again, ByuN, he was eyeing up this location for quite some time, and GuMiho didn't notice. So late to react. CC goes down. Massive pickup. Takes down the command center. Now GuMiho still has a comparable army, but he can't move into this. He cannot push in. GuMiho is set up. Going for a counterattack instead. Expand towards the left. ByuN, he's rotating. GuMiho does spot this. Oh! And he's going to be caught out. GuMiho will lose 2 more tanks. At the same time, Helis, they bust into the mineral line. Yeah, SCVs are going down. Nice damage. ByuN racing back home. Does race back. 13 SCVs go down. ByuN, he's up in bases. GuMiho up in SCVs. GuMiho will find a stray tank. Stray tank goes down. But ByuN still has that tank lead. Still looking for a way in. You know, GuMiho does have liberators. Liberation has arrived. Just the one. Yeah, ByuN, he scanned earlier. He's aware of the base. He wants it. This time GuMiho is aware. And you can see ByuN, he scans, he sees the cyclones, he backs up. ByuN, he backs off, he doesn't risk it. Pulls away. The one random Banshee. Let's go. And GuMiho holds. Again, this is a very tense situation. GuMiho did lose an expansion, but what's important, he preserved the SCVs. Like, the worker count here was actually quite solid, quite solid here for GuMiho. It was very healthy, I should say. And GuMiho, he maxes out. Impressive. He's maxed out as a 200 supply, and ByuN has fallen behind. Doesn't help they lost all those SCVs earlier. GuMiho is still very much so in this game. Does counterattack. Wants the base. Tank is exposed. He gets a free tank. And he wants that base. He wants that CC. Yeah, ByuN out of position. Lock-ons are brutal in this expansion. It's going to go down. Oof. Yeah, base falls. GuMiho pushing forward. Momentum now back in GuMiho's favor. Again, it's one of those things where ByuN, like, he killed a base and sure he traded, but it was not enough. Not to take a lead. GuMiho moving in. ByuN is set up on the high ground. Set up. ByuN, he's able to max out himself. Oh. He is maxing out. And does gain some ground here, cashing out a couple of tanks. Yeah, 3 tanks going down. GuMiho did overextend. Behind this fusion core is on the way. This should be for Liberator range. We can work towards BCs, and there's the tech labs. Yeah, tech labs are on the way. Getting into BC production, potentially. We'll see if we can get there, or we could just be going mass Raven. There we go. Raven production has begun for GuMiho. That is kind of like the late game TVT, getting into all the spellcasters, getting into mass Raven. And Bunny's working towards it as well. Yeah, he's going straight for the fusion core, straight for battle cruisers. Yamato's on the way. So for those that are curious about the dynamic of TVT, like for the mid game, it's all about tank versus tank. As you can see here, like these tank lines, they are able to slow each other down, or you're able to catch your opponent out of position. How do you break these siege lines? Well, there are a couple of ways. One way, take to the skies, right? Take to the skies, avoid these tanks and just go straight into Sky Terran, into battle cruisers. Instead, we have GuMiho going into not BC, but Raven. Going into Raven, Ravens have a spell called Interference Matrix that can disable mech-based units. So they're a way to, in a way, lock down tanks or lock down BCs. But GuMiho hasn't really started his own transition yet. He does have his starports ready, but he's maxed out. He can't make anything. So currently, I do favor the mass BC that Bunny's working on. I feel like this is like, he's working on that next step. GuMiho is still making more Ravens. So he's relying on his Ravens instead. The Viking count is non-existent. There's only one Viking for GuMiho. He doesn't really have the best response here. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that beasts are coming. GuMiho's in the dark. Ravens will help, but they won't be the best answer. Assuming that Yamato goes off on the Ravens and the anti-air is still limited. So more battlecruisers on the way. They're being preserved here in the main. Again, ideally, Bunny wants to hide them, bank them up, and then reveal his hand. So he's hiding the BCs. I say that. Now moving out. GuMiho will find the expansion. Yeah, it does push in. Bunny out of position. These are going to be good trades here. Better trades for GuMiho. Getting within range of the CC. Will bring it down. And behind this, going into mass cyclone. I mean, cyclone, true. Anti-air, that will help. Switching to mass cyclone. GuMiho, he's yet to scan the main. BCs are now revealed. Now he knows. Yeah, BCs are revealed. SCV's going to be going down. Turrets will buy time. GuMiho evacuates. And he responds. Yeah, he's racing back. He's racing back home. Oh, never mind. Repositioning. Denies mining. Okay. He doesn't overreact. Denies mining. Expansion will force Cyclones. They do arrive in time. They force a teleport. BCs at teleport back home. And they're preserved. That's what's important here. We're slowly building up that BC count. We have 2. So to be even more. As more BCs are on the way. More battle cruisers. You know, we have how many Ravens? We have 7. 7 Ravens for GuMiho. BCs hit the right hand side once again. Turrets are finishing up. GuMiho once again not quite in position. He has to respond. He's racing over. And you can see how frustrating these BCs can be to deal with. As they get 9 SCVs. And remember, they can teleport. They can teleport away. GuMiho moving in. Now, in a head-on fight, I still favor GuMiho. He's got a lot of Cyclones. Like, in a head-on fight, it's like the BCs, they won't be able to hold their own. Cyclones, they lock onto the Vikings. Oof. They get another expansion. The base goes down. Jesus. We have 7 battle cruisers. Sorry, 6. Did they run through the turrets? Yeah, the turrets take buy time, but the mineral line goes down. Now, if GuMiho can sneak up on these BCs, if he can disable, he can lock them down. But they do teleports. Diving on the tanks. You can see just how mobile they are. GuMiho having a hard time keeping up. I still do favor GuMiho in a head-on fight though. Like, what's important here is that these BCs, the battlecruisers, they're doing a great job harassing and like counter-attacking and hitting these fringe bases. But in a head-on fight, it's like it's gonna be difficult here for Bunny to really take that. Specifically because of this, because of these Ravens. There are enough to disable every single battlecruiser. But we'll see. As GuMiho has been losing bases, losing mineral lines, Bunny has a bank. Bunny has been more efficient. And GuMiho is running out of money. Another base goes down. Yeah, GuMiho limited mining. He's down to, what, 1.5 base saturation. Down to 45 SCVs. Like, GuMiho, he just wants to fight. And here they come. Disables tanks. Tanks are going to be disabled. Again, efficient fight here by GuMiho. He will clean everything up. And again, this is why Bunny cannot fight this army head on, because if he does, everything will be disabled. Like, GuMiho will just shut everything down, like we just saw. So if the armies clash, I still do favor GuMiho, but that's only if they clash. Like, so far, Bunny's been doing a great job at just counterattacking. Doing it once again. Hellion run by. Does get into the mineral lines. GuMiho taking down another base. Takes down another expansion. Oh. Bearing in mind, we also have Yamatos. One Raven goes down. We'll lose a Raven. Oh, the Hellions, they shut down the mineral lines. 23 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, GuMiho losing so many workers. Unfortunately, these aren't planetaries, they're orbitals. So they can't defend themselves. How many BCs do we have? 9. Soon to be, oh god, soon to be 12? Yeah, 12 battle cruisers. That's a lot of battle cruisers. GuMiho, you'll find the planetary. Bunny, he's responding. Now, a lot of this will come down to the spell caches themselves, because on the one hand, yes, GuMiho can disable everything. On the other hand, Bunny can also Yamato everything, right? Like, he does have Yamatos on every single one of these BCs. Oh, nice catch on the tanks. BC's coming in. Oh, and he does get some disables off, but oh, Yamatos, they do connect. GuMiho retreats. He backs off. He backs off. He needs everything together. Does pull away. What's a little bit concerning now is that he did just burn a bunch of interference matrices, a bunch of disables, and now he doesn't really have much energy. There's not much energy left on these Ravens, so he has to wait for that. Has to recharge. GuMiho moving in. I don't know if GuMiho can engage right now. There's a decent amount of disables in the Ravens. A decent amount. GuMiho, he's just pushing right down mid. Okay. Just goes right down mid instead. Right towards the natural. Bunny's keeping up. GuMiho, he has some mining going on. Both players running out of resources. Both players running out of SCVs, I should say. Oh! Doesn't go for it. Meanwhile, the Hellion by this time gets found. Like, Bunny's been so annoying with these Hellions, but GuMiho does find them this time. It's keeping up. Bunny checks the right-hand side for the base. Oh! You got a couple of lock-ons. Yamatos, they go up. And BCs, they're quite tanky. They do get away. They took a lot of damage. But the battlecruisers do escape. They do float away. Once again, GuMiho checking for a base as well. Like, both players are constantly checking, constantly rotating to make sure there's no expansion. Barney's on 41 SCVs, GuMiho on 31. So economies are limited. GuMiho, he has a mineral bank, but minerals, it's not too important here. It's all about the gas. And there is some inefficient mining. We need that gas. GuMiho rotating over. There are only a couple of tanks protecting this natural, so GuMiho can find a way in. Yeah, speaking of. Oh! We'll lose a Raven, lose two. Two Ravens go down. That is important. We're down to 12. 12 Ravens versus 14 BCs. Yeah, GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Making more Ravens. GuMiho taking a fresh mining base, expanding towards top left. Bunny heading in that direction. Oh! Doesn't quite get another Raven. It's a lot of damage. And there's no saving this. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Oh, he engages. He commits. Let's go. He does commit to the fight. Mass disable on the tanks. Disable on the BCs as well. And there we go. Does disable most BCs. With that, the Vikings, the Cyclones, they lock in. They lock on. And can they chase them down? Gets one. Up. Gets two. They teleport away. They do teleport. But two get left behind. Does catch more BCs. Not bad. Down to how many? Down to 10. 10 BCs left. Likewise, GuMiho is down to 2 Ravens. Again, the BCs, despite the lock-ons, they're just so tanky. They did get away. And Bunny, he preserved most of his army. He preserved most of the battle cruisers. GuMiho spent so much for that dive. And GuMiho, he plummets in supply. And once again, he has no gas income. Or limited gas income. He needs time. And we're still going for mass Raven cycling. So we have an interesting dynamic here where I would say GuMiho has better mining. I mean, he has more fresh bases, but Bunny has been more efficient. He's been more efficient here with those battle cruisers. Again, he's only lost, what, 4 so far this game. I guess 21 Ravens, Jesus. And he's got more battle cruisers on the way. It does feel like the DPS output of the Cyclone just isn't good enough. Not in their current numbers. Bunny will take another expansion. Battle cruisers moving in. GuMiho has to respond. Ooh. Yeah, that was also a waste of energy there. That was a lot of anti-armor missiles. Ay, ay, ay. Missiles get spent. Base is denied. GuMiho, he is maxed out, but again, I don't know if he has. I still don't know if he has the best answer for this. Especially now that he's down to 3 Ravens. Like, the ace in the hole that GuMiho had was the high Raven counts, but now it's not there anymore. Bearing in mind that GuMiho is maxed, but a lot of this max out was in Hellions because he had the excess minerals. So a lot of Hellions, Cyclones of course as well. Does bring down the command center. Command center goes down. Oh. Building up. GuMiho now going back into mass Raven production. He's getting there, but he has to build up from scratch almost. Does have to build up. Armor gets spotted. Bunny not quite in position. Yeah, you can see just how many Hellions there are. Like, that's what the Remax was on mainly Hellions and Hellbats. BC's teleporting in! Yeah, no anti-air. Free damage. The Hellions, they do go down. Or the Hellbats, I should say. Yamato on the BCs. Again, I don't see GuMiho engaging this. Not like this. Not yet. Like, Bunny's reached his final form of mass BC. He got there. Likewise catching out these tanks, which is nice and all. It does get a bunch of tanks for free. Nice trade. Very efficient trade here from GuMiho, but the tanks aren't the problem, the BCs are. Still nice though. Like, that was what, like 5-6 tanks? Oh my god, the mule, Jesus! the mule hammer! Yo, we got the Mjolnir here on the fresh mining base. Ay, ay, ay. That's what, 16 mules? Oh no! Hellion's moving in. We get a couple of SCVs. Oof. Yamato on the Raven. Sorry, on the Cyclone. It's going to be 12 BCs moving in, going for the CC. At the same time, GuMiho takes down bottom right, or at least attempts to. And we'll trade a base for a base. Another tank goes down. Nice pickups. Nothing here is siege, which means he wants those 3 BCs. He wants them. Yeah, nice movement here by GuMiho. Remember, these 3 BCs, they're on cooldown. The teleport, I mean. And he will get them. Very nice catch. Not just that, he mows through some of those tanks. Takes out another CC. He can just keep going. So, very nice run by. Oh my god! Does cut him off. Yeah, BCs will cut the army off. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Brutal Yamatos. Again, this was a very nice run by here from GuMiho. But Bunny's on the chase. He's not taking this laying down. As GuMiho was cut off. Base goes down. Bunny, he does get bottom right up and running somewhat. Down to 14 SCVs. And now Bunny's down to 9. He had 12 paddle cruisers, now down to 9, as he did lose to 3 earlier. That is important. GuMiho, he has mining. So mining has the expansion. Battle cruisers into the main. Going for production. At the same time, GuMiho is getting everything else, and now he's back up to how many? 13 Ravens. Yeah, back up to 13. He will abandon his main. What does he want? He wants the fresh mining bases. Yeah, nice disables. Nice auto starts as well. Oh my god. Shutting down the ground army. Yeah, just mass auto starts here on Bunny. He cannot escape. He's gonna be trapped. Oof. Losing everything. And BC's sure they kill some of the production, but the army goes down, and GuMiho, he wants the bases as well. There's what, 2 tanks left? Now the tanks are going down. GuMiho, where are we going? A little bit indecisive. We're going for more CCs. Does scan. Again, GuMiho still has mining bases. Bunny, no longer. Bunny, this is it. He lost everything else. He's got a handful of tanks, handful of Hellions. BC's moving in. GuMiho, he knows what he wants. Oh. There's his teleport. Oh my god. Ravens have to get the hell out of here. This is one Yamato. But GuMiho does pull away. And again, he's just pulled Bunny apart. The mass cycle is paid off. Has paid off. And he commits. Disables half the battle cruisers. Again, he's out of energy. Out of energy, but it looks like there are enough cyclones. Gets one BC. Takes down one. Takes down two. He's going to get all of them. Yeah, all the BCs are going to be going down. There's what, 3 BCs left. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he will take the series 3-1. He will advance on into the next round. GG. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played, and GuMiho, he will claim the series 3-0. Very intense back and forth. Again, things are looking dire for GuMiho when it came to the mass battlecruiser transition from Bunny. He was able to get away with it, building up to 12 plus battlecruisers, and he was trading well for himself. He was harassing well, but we saw that GuMiho, with the more mobile composition, with arguably a little bit more of an efficient composition with those Ravens, was able to catch out tank after tank after tank. Likewise, go for those run-bys, deny bases, deny mineral lines, and pull apart the attention and the army of Bunny. GG. Let's go. Crazy, crazy. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, GuMiho. You will claim the series. Whew, oh my god. He will claim the series. He will claim that matchup. Hold on. Let's just update the admins. GG, well played. And with that, GuMiho will advance on into the next round to face off against Cure in another TBT. Let's go. They don't end. Not here. Here we go. GG, well played. So just setting up for our next players. Letting GuMiho know. GG, well played. Let's switch NCs over and catch up on the back and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Whew. Here we go. As looks like we have some more updates here when it comes to the rest of the bracket. ByuN takes down Ryung 3-1. Big win there for ByuN as he does advance on into the next round. Likewise, Zoun takes down Rogue 3-1 as well. We have ByuN versus Zoun in the upper bracket semifinals. That is being covered by the mainstream. Meanwhile, earlier, of course, we were covering Cure's match versus Creator, and now we follow GuMiho into Cure. So GuMiho versus Cure, another Terran versus Terran matchup. I do notice that there are some maybe newer viewers of StarCraft in the chat, some big Seoul esports fans. So welcome. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I do apologize when it comes to some of the casting, as I do think that for a lot of StarCraft 2 casting, we use a lot of like jargon, like a lot of like maybe sometimes like more technical terms, and it may be not the easiest to follow, especially if you're a little bit unfamiliar with some of the terminology or what's or some of the verbiage being used. So I will try my best to slow things down a little bit, or to explain some things as well. That's why I think during the cast I was trying to explain the dynamic of TBT and tank versus tank, and the range, and going into Vikings, going into air as well. But stepping into this, we have another TBT. There we go. Another Terran versus Terran, GuMiho versus Cure. For those that are maybe unfamiliar with the scene with the players, GuMiho is known for arguably having the best TBT in the world. I say arguably because Ryung also has some killer TBT, and when it comes to ByuN and Cure, they also have, and Bunny as well, they also have comparable Terran versus Terran. I think, again, there's an argument to be made that GuMiho probably has the best Terran versus Terran, so this bracket is looking pretty good for him. Bracket's looking... He's looking pretty good for GuMiho, as he's going into nothing but other Terran players. And there's a world out there where he plays nothing but TBT. Like if ByuN pulls off a comeback against Zoun and also advances on to the upper qualifying match, then GuMiho, he might just have pure Terrans ahead of him. But we'll get there when we get there. First things first, GuMiho up against Cure. Let's go. Vetoes are underway. It's going to be another best of 5. It's going to be another best of 5. And the players are just getting ready. Maybe Zerg now? No. we're following GuMiho. We're following GuMiho into his next series. Here we go. That game gave me a heart attack. It was a crazy game. It was crazy. Just catching up. Just catching up. TBT is probably a longer match of the most. Kind of. like if you take this TBT, this turn versus turn matchup, for example, the only long game that we had was that final game, and it wasn't like a slower paced game either. I think a lot of maybe old school viewers of StarCraft like have like a negative view of Terran versus Terran kind of ingrained into them because of years past. Basically, many years ago, TVT was a little more slower. It was very much so tank versus tank, and as you kind of saw here, like when you're in that kind of tank v tank kind of play style mindset, you just have siege lines kind of like staring each other down, and it's quite difficult to kind of like break those siege lines, especially back in Heart of the Swarm, for example. But coming into Legacy, kind of other things were added to the game, and different changes were made, like the Liberator, for example, like changes to Raven, of course, with the Interference Matrix, to be able to break those siege lines, to have a more dynamic back and forth. So even though this was a long game, like there was a lot happening. it wasn't like the Terrans were staring each other down or anything like that. It's just yeah, if you see that in the chat, like it's just like an old stigma from years gone by that that TVT is perceived in such a way. Nowadays, TVT is a little more dynamic, a little more aggressive, a little more intense. You saw that in game, even here in game 3. Remember, game 3 began with a proxy. We had proxy 2-Rax Reaper out of GuMiho initially, and then he was able to claw his way back in. But yeah, it's just from years gone by. If you could pronounce it as SHUL, you're a great caster. I was not sure how to pronounce the name, I'll be honest. If I should say, because from my understanding, I believe Seoul Esports, the current team, was like a merging of Seoul Esports and S8 Esports or something along those lines. Like it was a merging of two teams. But I did look up clips, I think on your social on the social medias of Twitter of Seoul Esports, and I saw clips of commentators casting some games, and they would interchange between Seoul Esports and SAUL. Which didn't help. I was like, which one do I use? It's like, I did where they would go back and forth between it. It's like, okay. Yes, we appreciate those at SAUL supporting GuMiho, of course. Do appreciate it for sure. Stepping into StarCraft. And here we go. We have the Vitas are done. Vitas are done. We have our first map here. We have our fresh best of 5 and another TBT. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing SAUL Esports. It is GuMiho. Seoul Esports. Here we go. But here we go, we have initial TVT. Whew, and hopefully GuMiho is not too drained. Bearing in mind that Curi's had some downtime. Like, we wrapped up Cure versus Creator quite some time ago, so Curi's had some downtime to himself to be able to rest, recuperate, even watch the stream and watch what GuMiho has been up to, and find out that, of course, GuMiho has been embracing a lot of mech as of late. So he's had that time to rest, to recuperate, to study his opponent. GuMiho for one TVT right into the other, barely any time to breathe. And we'll see if that comes into play here, as so far, 2 racks Reaper opener out of Cure back at home. Also, if you're in the chat, predictions are open, or by now they might have closed, so make sure you place your bets while you can on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on. Best of luck. As a reminder, best of 5. Best of 5. Meanwhile, double gas opener out of GuMiho. So with the double gas opener, we're going for a faster factory, we're going for a delayed CC with this faster Hellion production. Meanwhile, the build here of Cure going 2 racks Reaper is designed to hard counter a proxy 2 racks Reaper. Remember, last game GuMiho proxied Bunny. The game, it was like half an hour ago, but GuMiho, the game started with him proxying Bunny with those 2 racks, so this is designed to hard counter that. As we can see, GuMiho is not going for a proxy. Despite that, Cure, he will have, of course, the Reaper lead, the Reaper advantage, and he can make use of that, he can leverage that, but for the most part, GuMiho is playing safe, so he should be okay. Still comes down to the unit micro, of course, of the 2 players. Let's come down to that control. Reaper does move out, looking to delay the CC. And we'll get the first SEV. Gets one. So far it does delay. We have more Reapers showing up. Now GuMiho is now aware of what's been going on. Losing another SEV. But we do come in for the surround. GuMiho comes in from behind the Reapers. It's going to be a one-way trip. As they bust into the main, looking for another worker. They get a third SEV. Third SEV kill. Not bad. Delays the expansion, gets some worker kills, does cost Cure some of the Reapers, and he will lose map control, bearing in mind that Cure still has no command center of his own. So that's why he's looking and hoping to delay for as long as possible while he gets his own base up and running. So we get some nice damage. Back at home, Cure still building up more Reapers. He's building up. Oh! Likewise, GuMiho poking in. His Hellion is quite low though. Yeah, very low Hellion. Hellion gets targeted down. GuMiho not like this, pushing off the ramp, and he will lose everything. Yeah, Reapers go down. Hellion as well. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here, and he's in trouble. He's racing back home, and behind this, going for add-on souls, going for the Cyclone. But Cure, he has momentum. He has momentum, has that supply lead. And again, GuMiho did overextend. Nice setup on the ramp. Gets a couple of blows off. Once again, the CC is going to be delayed. Takes down the building worker. Cure, he maintains low ground control. Control the low ground. And he shouldn't force a cancel. The Cyclone is about to pop. But behind this, Cure, he's catching up. He's catching up with his own base. Oh, did we get the lock on? Cyclone does kite back. Nice control there by GuMiho, but he will lose even more SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Again, GuMiho, he will hold, he will eventually expand, but taking a lot of losses here. Does take a lot of losses. Back at home, we do see him. Geez, Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Not quite what I was expecting here, but interesting. GuMiho investing quite hard here into these Banshees. I mean, that is a way to recover in this game. So as the dust does settle, we do see Cure, he's ahead by 6 SCVs, and his timing of his base is similar, if not ahead of that of GuMiho. So now he does have the faster command center, likewise better saturation. The pressure is now on GuMiho to do some counter damage, and his way of doing so is going to be with Banshee Harass. Again, Hyperflight Raiders, this is an upgrade that does increase the speed of the Banshee, so it does allow them to be a lot more mobile. So still keeping the Banshees back at home for now, waiting for the upgrade. Meanwhile, Cure investing into ByuN. Not something we really saw too much of in the last series. We saw both Bunny and GuMiho embracing mech quite often. Speaking of, once again, factories on the way. GuMiho is embracing mech once again. So GuMiho is going to mech it up. Meanwhile, back at home at Cure, going into Stim, going to a more marine heavy composition, into ByuN tank. Banshees, they do move out. 2 Banshees so far. Back at home, there is 1 Cyclone. There's a Raven as well. There are some units to defend, to respond. 2 Cyclones even. And GuMiho does take down 1, but the other, does take down the Banshee. Aye. Yeah, better trade for Cure. He does hold, does defend, does preserve his mineral line. So far, Cure, he's all over this. He's all over this. He defends back at home. Likewise, GuMiho across the map going for his own 3rd CC as well, building up his tank count. I would say that GuMiho, he will be building up a more, I would say, robust and more efficient composition with the heavy tank count. Cure, similar to the battle mech composition, has a much more mobile force, where he can kind of backstab, he can drop into bases, can dive onto siege tanks. Let's go. As Stim is done. The army does get spotted. Nice lock on. Lock on the Raven, doesn't quite get it. Ravens, they pull away in time. Ooh. Yeah, and Cure, I'm not sure if he can be stopped. Momentum is on his side, he's breaking out. Banshee's trying to buy some time, but there's only so much they can do. Yeah, the Ravens are here, disables both tanks, and Cure stims in. Does stim in, takes down 1, takes down 2 tanks already. And can he break that natural? I mean, he's within range. He's within range of the mineral line of the base. SCV's going down. Come here. Does play safe. Backs up. Waiting for reinforcements. And again, GuMiho is just up against the wall. The investment into the Banshees just wasn't quite worth it. Losing a tank. And Cure's just going to force his way in. Again, just a much more aggressive style here by Cure from the beginning. With the initial T-Rex Reaper, boys are being pulled. The GuMiho, he will clean up those tanks, but we'll lose 8 SCVs in the process. GuMiho does hold. Does hold on. Behind this, Cure is on 3 bases. He's up a base, up in economy. GuMiho does have the tank lead though. And Cure did lose his Ravens. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Does pull the boys. Some of them to repair. Now GuMiho, he's hurting. He's hurting. He's down in workers. He took a lot of economic damage, but he's up in army supply. He can still make something happen here with his army. He's pushing into 2 tanks. Only 2 tanks. There's a heavy marauder count though. It's a lot of marauders. Vikings at land. Marauders, they stim in. They get 1, they get 2 tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks already going down. The Marauders, they just do so much here. GG gets called. Cure, he was ready for this. And Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cure, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive start out of Cure, very successful as well, opening up 2 Rex Reaper. He was able to delay the CC time and time again. He was able to break the initial Hellion count as well. GuMiho did overextend, and with that, he just snowballed into the win. GG. GG, well played. And again, Cure going for something that we haven't really seen yet today, just now seeing it, into a more biotank composition, going for a heavy marine count instead, and that's what we're going to be expecting throughout the rest of the series. Less mech. At least from GuMiho. Sorry, at least from Cure. But here we go. We're now getting to game 2. We're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Ultra Love is, likewise, I didn't get a chance to even speak on Pylon. Pylon is a smaller map, shorter rushes to the background. Pylon is known for aggression, and we saw that, of course, from Cure. Here, coming into Ultra Love, we have seen some more longer games on this map as well. It's a map of more extremes. We'll get into it. For now, though, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Terran player, our South Korean Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran, representing SATUL Esports. It is GuMiho. Let's go. Now, as we step into this, you can already see distinct different features from map to map. Pylon, if you notice, the natural base was much more open. There's a reason why on Pylon we see a lot of roll-ins and we see a lot more aggressive builds, is because on Pylon there's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural base. Instead, we're on the same plane of elevation as the attack path as well. The ramp is a little bit further out on Pylon instead. So here, coming into Ultra Love being the name of the map, there is a ramp. That means you do have the defense advantage, you have a high ground, you require vision to push in. It's also a more narrow choke point. It's more difficult to push up this ramp into the natural. So the natural is more defendable. Likewise, the third base, there is a tower here that you can knock down to fully wall this area off. Likewise, here on the right hand side, also a much more narrow location as well. So in general, Ultra Love is more defendable than the map that we just saw. So being aggressive early on can be more difficult on this map. I say can be. Something that you can do that we have seen time and time again is that you can wedge yourself in between the bases, like pushing in between the natural, the third, the fourth, and you can try to force your way into the natural. Likewise, you can still try to maybe get within range of the production from outside of the main. There are other ways to be aggressive, but I would say it is more difficult to be aggressive on this map than on Pylon. But Pylon's like one of the most aggressive maps that we have in the map pool. For now, economic opener. So Curie does switch gears. We do have a single gas opener, ranks expand, economic start out of Cure. Meanwhile, GuMiho double gas. Oh, never mind. Wait, what? Meanwhile, GuMiho going for a racks into factory into a more delayed CC. So as we step into our openers, Cure, he will have the greater economy. He's going to have the faster command center. Meanwhile, GuMiho will have the faster factory. Here we go. As Helium production has begun. But yeah, for those that are just tuning in for the first time or watching StarCraft for one of the first times, again, the map pool is quite varied and pretty important when it comes to playstyles, when it comes to what's favored on certain maps, what isn't favored on other maps as well. Aggression, defensive play, greed, cheese, like the maps, they do kind of dictate what is seen more and what is seen less often. In a way, a lot of balance does derive from maps as well. Here we go. This GuMiho does poke in. Pokes in, he saw the mining SEV. Pulls away. Calms down. Once again, GuMiho going to be opening up with an add-on swap into Banshee play. Last game we saw Hyperflight Rotors, we saw Speed Banshees move out. This time we'll see if we invest into any upgrades. Banshees are on the way nonetheless. On the side of a Cure, just a much more standard setup here. 1-1-1, going for the Raven, early Cyclone, early Marine production. Once again, investing into Interference Matrix. Once again. As no surprises here, second factory, once again mech. So it's going to be mech here from GuMiho, going to battle mech initially. Rushing into Macville accelerators, this time not investing into any of the Banshee upgrades. So the Banshee is going to be more of a supportive unit. And can still harass, at least somewhat. GuMiho poking in towards the main. Curie set up here at the natural. And GuMiho will get one Marine. Nothing major, just pokes in, gets a Marine. The Banshee is revealed, so Cure knows to be somewhat defensive and in position here to defend the main beast, at least. Oh, and do you see what I see? I see a second starport. Okay, second starport hidden here behind the natural. This is looking like a 2-port, 2-base all-in. Oh boy, okay, so with a second starport, the goal here is to rush into Mass Viking, to rush into air control. We spoke in game 1 about the importance, or we spoke in the last series, about the importance of air control here in TBT. Tanks, they do shoot further than they can see. So air control is paramount to make full use of those tanks to bully back the air army and bully back the ground army as well. So with a hidden second starport, we're going into mass Viking. From here, the goal should be mass Viking. We're making 3 Vikings at a time into a Liberator to make use of that air control to bully the ground army as well. So Kira is being very aggressive. He's pushing out. Raven does survive. It's going to be on GuMiho to slow this down. And so far, nice lock-ons, picks up a lot of Marines. Yeah, Marines are going down. It's a good start, but no high-value pickoffs here. What's important is that we're preserving the tanks, the Ravens, the Vikings. Oh, did GuMiho just scout? He did. Yeah, GuMiho saw the second starport. He knows. Knows what's going on. As we have even more Vikings on the way. Kira, he is expanding. He's not going all in. I mean, he bled out a lot of Marines, so it looks like he may have just now decided he's being slowed down. He's not really getting any ground. He's not pushing past these bridges. May as well expand. We did speak earlier just how difficult it is to break through these bridges on Ultra Love. They're so narrow. They can be abused. Kira making his way through. GuMiho is set up further back. He's got... that's a lot of turrets. I mean, he saw the second starport, so he just throws down a ring of turrets to help support. To help defend. They will buy some time. GuMiho trying to catch reinforcements. Kira pushing in. Again, heading to this area in between the bases. Stim is on the way. Stim is on the way. And GuMiho does find a couple of pickoffs here. Gets 1, gets 2 Vikings, gets 3. Not bad. 3 Vikings. Takes down 3 Vikings, takes down 4. 4 Vikings go down. Kira, he races back home. And GuMiho does defend, at least for now. Kira still pushing out. He's got 7 Vikings. Oh, GuMiho does run into the tanks. Does run in. Kira, he does pull away. GuMiho does survive. Kira just taking his 3rd. And the game is slowing down, at least for a moment. GuMiho now claiming a 4th base. Economically, GuMiho does have a slight edge over his opponent. Meanwhile, GuMiho also going into his own tank Viking composition. We're done with Cyclones, at least for now. And when it comes to the Viking counter, Kira, he still has that lead. Unfortunately, GuMiho doesn't have a second starport, so he's going to be perpetually behind in the Viking counts. At least for the near future. You know, like you're embracing Marines, getting into Stim, getting to his ByuN. You know what, GuMiho should have the tank lead, just barely. Ooh. That's Kira catching the army unsieged. Yeah, nice disables. 1, 2, 3 tanks do get disabled. And Kira's pushing in, forcing the Vikings to land. And GuMiho taking a rough fight here. So many tanks going down. And with that Viking lead, he just pushes. He does push in. Just waddles forward. Not the way that I expected the Vikings to be used, but I mean, does land, does break through. GuMiho force back. Now, once again, what's important is similar to the Bunny game, where GuMiho will lose the expansion, but GuMiho is still ahead in workers. Like, he does preserve his SCVs. As he's falling back, but you can see these Vikings just bullying GuMiho. Get the advantage of that second starport. Now going into Mass Liberator. Liberators are coming, they're on the way. And the Freedom is almost here. GuMiho trying to go into Thors to help support. But it is difficult to play against two-port play without your own second starport. It's very difficult. Starport goes down. GuMiho can't engage, not like this. Remember, he has less Vikings. And Kiri's pushing in. He's pushing in towards that natural. He's gaining ground. GuMiho trying to make a stand. He does have that Thor. But here comes the Freedom. Here come the Liberation Zones. Liberators that have arrived. Ooh, first one goes down. Gets a second. Shout out to the Thor. Thors are here. Vikings they land. Cury's just rushing into the natural, and he will force his way in. It takes out the SCVs. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. Whew, GG. Does take lead once again, a very aggressive style out of Cure. Game 1, we saw 2x Reaper into Reaper Hellion aggression. Game 2, we did see 2-port Mass Viking. Wasn't quite the 2-port 2-base all-in that we expected. Did get a 3rd CC behind it, but you could see just how much control he had with all those Vikings to maintain air control and of course take advantage of the ground as well. It was brutal, and again, it is difficult to play against if you don't have your own second starport. We saw that GuMiho was trying to respond with Thor production, and Thors were okay, but they came online a little bit too late. The Thor production was delayed. The Cyclones, they were harassing, they were picking up some key units, that's true, but yeah, just not enough. Just not enough. And with that, Cure, he's now 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on into the qualifying match. I believe the next round is going to be the qualifying match for the Esports World Cup. Cure, he's almost there. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing SHUL Esports. It is GuMiho. And welcome one all to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map. We don't get larger than Maganatha. Rush distance by ground is very long, and likewise, we often see longer game states as well. I say that, I have to add a bit of a disclaimer, of course, is that Cure has been very aggressive. This entire series, Cure has been very aggressive, very assertive in both Game 1 and in Game 2. Hello, GuMiho. What's going on? But Cure has been very aggressive here, so despite the map being large, I would imagine that Cure is still going to be, yep, there we go, assertive nonetheless. 2x Reaper out of Cure. This is the same opener that we saw in Game 1. Same opener, so we're going Mass Reaper Hellion in the early game. Meanwhile, GuMiho does go for the proxy, but I'm concerned. We spoke about this previously. We spoke about this in Game 1. 2x Reaper is designed to be almost a hard counter to proxy racks, specifically proxy 2 racks. GuMiho is going for 1 racks at home, 1 across the map. The problem here is that his production and his Reapers are going to be staggered because they're so far apart from each other. And because Cure has the equivalent production himself, if not faster production, Cure has the advantage. He has the advantage here. Likewise, if he catches the first Reaper, if he counterattacks, then GuMiho is only going to be making 1 Reaper at home. And the other Reaper is going to have to race back home from across the map. Like, this feels like a really rough start for GuMiho. It's a really rough position. He does check, he scouts, there is no CC, but for all he knows, it could just be a factory in the main. So this is looking really bleak here for GuMiho, to be honest. Curie does scout the triangular 3rd base location, checking over towards the linear 3rd, and he doesn't confirm. Doesn't confirm the proxy. From here, GuMiho, he's looking us around. Looking to collapse in. Oh, he will trade 1 for 1. And now Cure knows. Yeah, Cure, he knows he can just rally across the map. Oh, barely doesn't get the Reaper. Okay. Cure does get away. But he's looking. Cure, he's searching. He knows that there must be a proxy somewhere, and he will find it. He will find the proxy. Massing up his own. And he's just trying to catch GuMiho out. I'm loving the positioning. Yep, does catch him. Reaper does fall, and basically this production, it can't really do much here. The racks, I mean. Here he's racing across the map. GuMiho, he should have less Reapers to defend. Here, hoping to catch another one of these Reapers. Yeah, GuMiho just cancels. He just cancels the Reaper, floating on over. The aggression has ended. Now, thankfully, because the map is so large, the counterattack that we were expecting out of Cure, he hasn't gone for it yet. But now he's moving out. Now he's moving out. GuMiho on the right-hand side. Back at home, there's going to be 1 Cyclone to defend, and the CC is going to be denied. And the command center is going to be denied here. SCV goes down. GuMiho busts into the main. Likewise, there's not much of him to defend for Cure either. Yeah, Curie supply blocked. He is supply blocked. No Hellion. SCVs are going down. At the same time, Curie busts into the main. Yeah, there's that one Cyclone. Oh, doesn't get this around. And the Cyclone will fall. Cyclone does fall across the map. But no other SCV kills. Cure bleeding out a lot of workers. That's going to be 5 SCVs going down. Not bad. He's making Marines in the National. Let's go. GuMiho making use of the proxy. Does make use of it. Likewise, GuMiho kiting into the main. Cure, he races back home. And I do want to say that Cure had potential in the main base of GuMiho, but didn't get much done. Killed the Cyclone, not much more than that. Okay, we have a game. We have a game, we have a series. GuMiho, he will reclaim control of his bases. He will now saturate the natural. Bunker is on the way. And GuMiho holds. GuMiho, he does hold on. Again, thankfully for GuMiho, Cure did race back. So GuMiho, he only lost 1 SCV. Of course, it does confirm the fire play. Likewise, back at home. GuMiho going for his own tanks. Building up his army. Reapers once again into the main. GuMiho doesn't have much to defend. GuMiho trying to respond. Oof. Takes down a Reaper. Gets 1, gets 2. And gets all 3. But still will lose 5 SCVs in the process. With that, the worker counts are evening up. Once again, GuMiho going for a second factory, getting to mech, and throwing down a very fast third CC. Third command center is on the way, so GuMiho rushing into a greater economy. And we could finally embrace the mid game. Like, again, this series so far has been so fast. Compared to the Bunny series, like, these games have been so much more faster. Cure has been so much more aggressive and so much more decisive. But now the game is slowing down, at least for a moment. Once again, Cure investing into Stim. Interference Matrix is researched. Oh, and it is GuMiho's turn to go for a second starport. Now, you saw how difficult it was for GuMiho to deal with this. Now it's going to be Cure's turn, as we have a second starport, so Mass Vikings on the way. Cure going for a later third CC, but an expansion nonetheless. So both players are expanding, both players are building up into their third bases. Let's go. Now, this is where we can talk about a little bit more about Maganatha. We spoke earlier, we did speak on how large the map is, and this is the largest map in the map pool. Long rush distance by ground, that's true, but on top of that, the bases are very spread out. As opposed to Ultra Love, if you can compare the two, Ultra Love, the bases are a lot more close together, a lot more tight-knit. Here, we have our third base, we have our triangular third, we have our fourth base over on the right-hand side, and then the fifth base is over in the corner of the map. It is very difficult to maintain yourself on a 4, 5, 6 base setup, at least keeping up with your opponent's rotations, at least keeping up with your opponent's army movements. Can be difficult. There's just a lot of terrain, just a lot of area. A lot of area to traverse. So we have seen aggressive styles succeed here and at pulling apart their opponents, catching them out of position. Can be difficult to keep up. That's Cure making his way into the main. GuMiho claiming his third. And GuMiho, he will spot this with the racks. Instantly does evacuate. Pulls the boys away. Vikings moving in. Again, he does want those Ravens. Oh, there are the Order Hearts. Order Hearts are thrown down. Oh, and GuMiho does overextend. We've got 3 Vikings. Vikings do go down. Medevacs are going to be chased away as well. And ideally, GuMiho does want those Ravens, but they will get away. Ooh, just barely. I spoke too soon. One does go down, and oh, barely doesn't get the second. GuMiho does defend. Curie does rally across the map. He wants the third. And the Raven does have energy. Does disable. Massive pickup. Tank goes down. The third base is denied. Denies a third. Ooh, brutal tank shots. Tank blows going up. And again, Kira, he isn't really looking to break his opponents or kill GuMiho. It's all about delaying the third, because what's happening at the same time, Kira getting his own. Kira's getting his own third base up and running. So any delay is worthwhile. As GuMiho's mining has been disrupted. Kira enjoying a better economy. Setting up. And it does once again go within range. Oh. We'll lose the medevac. But unfortunately, GuMiho rushing into a BC. Oh my god. Didn't notice the fusion core. Bold move out of GuMiho rushing into BC production. That's not something you see too often. As we have the BC here behind the natural. Okay. I mean, we saw Bunny making use of BCs earlier, of course, in his series against GuMiho. But this feels so risky, so greedy. As Bunny never started BC production till the late game. Until both armies were maxed out. So this is a very risky maneuver here from GuMiho. Likewise, tanks are within range. GuMiho will deny. Security gets forced back. He's going to be forced back home. Behind the security, he now takes a worker lead. As he's been freely mining. Now getting his fourth base on location. And Curie rotates. He's rotating over. Ideally wants to deny a fourth base of his opponents, but there's none there. Not yet. Curie sharking around. Looking for a way in. Meanwhile, the first VC has arrived. And it's about to reveal itself. This I'm not so sure about. Yeah, Banshee goes down. BC has to get the hell out of here. There are so many Marines. Nice little pickoffs. Going for 2 more starports. He's going mass BC. He's crazy. he's an animal. Oh my god. So 2 more starports on the way. The problem here with going into mass BC like this is that you are so vulnerable because you're sacrificing tank production, you're sacrificing Hellion production, any kind of supportive units. Right now, it's purely tank, Viking, and 1 BC. Like, this army is so fragile. There's so little support, so little buffer for those tanks. So there's a big window in time where GuMiho can break, where Cure can break GuMiho before he can embrace, you know, the mass BC. Yamato's on the way. We should be seeing Tech Lab soon as well. Here he rotates, once again looking for a base. Drops into the mineral line. And more SCVs are going down. GuMiho having a hard time keeping up. Actually just going for the starport. It dusts him in. Vikings pushing into the third as well. And GuMiho just doesn't have the numbers. Vikings, they have to land. Even then they can't. The base is 925 SCVs and Curie just pulling GuMiho apart. And before we can embrace the mass BC, it's not going to happen. He's not going to get there. Tech Lab productions are on the way. Getting into Tech Labs. But GuMiho just cannot maintain himself. And again, the entire game, GuMiho has been stuck at home, stuck defending. Curie freely expanding. Freely on 4 bases, now getting a 5th base as well. Building up his economy. GuMiho just having a hard time keeping up. And from here, Curie can calm down. Just calm down, back off. He's going for his own mass starports. This is not going to be for BCs. Curie is going to mass Viking to counter the BC production of GuMiho. Speaking of, GuMiho making 3 BCs at a time. It's a lot of battle cruisers, but that's what the Vikings are going to be for. As we have, what, like a 5 starport setup with mass reactor. BC does teleport in. Oh. Am I crazy? I thought I heard a BC teleporting. I'm crazy. Now, GuMiho, he's looking to stabilize, and it is possible. If Kira is passive, if Kira backs off, then GuMiho can slowly retake his bases, max out, and fortify himself. It is possible. But from what we've seen so far in this series, like Kira, he's not going to be passive. It's not going to happen. He will soon move out. And how many Vikings does he have? It's up to 15. 15 Vikings. Behind this, going into +2 ship weapons, going into Mass Liberator as well. Kira's moving in. Stay top right, taking more bases. And again, this gambit of going into Mass Battlecruiser, I don't see it paying off too well. Tanks in position. They delay the 4th. GuMiho going for a massive BC counterattack instead. Just avoiding the main army. Again, he cannot fight with all these Vikings. It's not going to happen. So GuMiho is counterattacking. At least hoping to. Yeah, Liberation has arrived. I can bully back the ground army as well. Gets a tank, gets 2 tanks. It's 23 Vikings, Jesus. It's a lot of Vikings. Yeah, BCs are revealed and Vikings, they respond. 23 Vikings, they respond, they react here to the battle cruisers. They're racing over. Now, of course, GuMiho can still teleport. He can teleport away. As he's pushing in. Gets a couple of SCVs, but the main base is already mined out, so not many workers to kill. Vikings have arrived, and we do have to teleport the hell out of here. Oh, as he can one-shot. Oh my god. Does teleport away. Was able to kill 7 SCVs. He did force Kira back home. GuMiho catching up with Mass Thor to support. Okay. Going into Thor heavy composition. As they focus on the Liberators, that's a lot of lives. Yeah, BCs, they pull away. Still 2 more Liberators. Yeah, Thors, they can't quite engage. Still 18 Vikings left over. He's going for the dive. He gets 1. He gets 2. And they would get all 3 battle cruisers. Doesn't quite get the 4th. As Thors, they hold the line. You can see GuMiho just plummet in supply. Does plummet. And from here, Kira just switching to Mass Liberator. Just Mass Libs. And Thors, they aren't amazing against that. Now we're switching into Mass Widowmine, okay? So we have the Widowmine transition. I mean, they have potential, of course, especially against Vikings. You can bait them in. You can try to at least. GuMiho getting creative. Hey, if the air army stacks, I mean, sure. Widowmines, they can work. Oh, speaking of, first mine goes down. How many? We have 9 Liberators here for Cure. Yeah, setting up those liberation zones. Does turn back the army. Gets a tank. And again, it's all about that air control. As ground units like Thors, they have a really hard time engaging. Sure, they have anti-air capacity, that's true. But their range is limited. Especially compared to the Liberators. They will set up. Oh my god. And there's just too much freedom. Yeah, there's too much here. Everything's getting liberated at this point. Now moving in. Takes down 16 SCVs. 18. And they just keep on pushing forward. There is no answer. Not anymore. The Thors, they cannot engage. The Liberators, they just keep on pushing forward. Thors are trying to hold the line, but GG gets called. There's just too much to handle, and a Cure, he will take the series 3-0. Taking the series, taking down GuMiho and advancing on to the qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very aggressive series here out of Cure. Even here in the final game, we did see GuMiho attempt the proxy, but it did fall in its face. Cure, he was able to take a lead, take advantage of that, and GuMiho was being a little bit cheeky himself, being a little bit more creative by going into that rush into Battlecruiser. But as we saw, like, you leave yourself so vulnerable in doing so, just because you have so little support for your tanks does impede your tank count, your Viking count as well. And Cure, he was fortunate enough to scout, right? He was able to scout it, able to confirm, and he did react with just mass Viking. At one point, he had 23 Vikings. The battlecruisers were a non-factor, and with that air control, it allowed Cure to go into Liberators. And again, there was just no answer. There was no answer to that. There was no counter Viking play from GuMiho. Couldn't quite keep up. GG. GG, well played with that. Cure, he will claim the series, and that leads us here into our next match, into our next round. Let's go. As we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Okay, from the top here, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch on what's been going on from the top. From the top, we do have Zoun. Oh my god, let's zoom in a little bit. Zoun, he took down ByuN 3-1, and Zoun did advance on to the qualifying match to face off against Cure in that best of 7. Of course, Cure did take down GuMiho 3-0, so we have Zoun versus Cure in the upper qualifying match. Meanwhile, if you're a fan of GuMiho, do not worry, because he is still in the tournament. He is knocked down to the lower brackets, where he's going to be facing off against, I believe, Ryung. Yo, the TVTs continue as we do have the lower brackets progressing. We have Bunny versus Creator. That is going to be a TVP happening here in the lower brackets. Ryung 3-1's Rogue? Yo, what's going on? Like, Ryung, he's a good player, don't get me wrong. Ryung, he's amazing. Ryung, he can mech it up as well. But for Rogue to go down to Ryung, that is a crazy result, a very impressive result. Congratulations here to Ryung. Shout out to Ryung, the Tunitarian, as it does take down Rogue. And up next is going to be Ryung versus GuMiho in another TVT. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Even though Cure did just take down GuMiho 3-0, I still do rate GuMiho's TVT very highly. I still would say that he is the best in the world, if not one of the best in the world. Again, Cure, he had a very aggressive kind of dynamic, a very aggressive approach to the series, and GuMiho was just having a really hard time keeping up with that. Ryung is a little bit different. Ryung, he often does have a slower form of TVT, similar to GuMiho, where they're both willing to embrace mech, willing to slow the game down. Ryung versus GuMiho is going to be an interesting one. Again, Ryung, he also has some of the best TVT in the world. For those that are unfamiliar, or for those that recall, Clem nowadays, he doesn't play TVT anymore. Clem, he's done. he's like, I'm done with this matchup. Never again. And Clem, he plays Protoss instead of Terran when playing against other Terran players. He avoids the mirror matchup. And for those of you who know, for those that maybe don't, the reason for this is Ryung. Like, Ryung, he bullied the hell out of Clem in TVT. Ryung, he was the Clem Crusher. He was known as the Clem Crusher back in the day, back in the season of WTL, and even in the weeks and months preceding that, or even after that as well. Ryung, he just had Clem's number time and time again. Team Vitality would often rely on Ryung to bring Clem down and to shut down Team Liquid in that team league. So Ryung, he was renowned for his TVT, and if you recall, the last time we saw Clem play TVT was last year, December, in a Lima League, where he played in a best of 3 against Ryung. He started with the TVT. Ryung, he won game 1, and then Clem's like, I'm good. He switched to Protoss, and he has never switched back. He switched to Protoss, and now he's only playing purely PVTs instead. So it goes to show just the potential and the power of Ryung's TVT, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be definitely an interesting dynamic between Ryung and GuMiho. as the Terran versus Terran matchups continue on the channel. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Rogue is out. Rogue, of course, he is out. We still have some Protoss representation, of course. We have Zoun in the upper bracket, and we have a Creator down in the lower bracket as well. When it comes to the qualifying match, when it comes to Cure versus Zoun, that is going to be over on the mainstream. The mainstream, they have priority. They have dibs. Of course, we are merely a side stream, or the B stream, so the mainstream have priority, so we will be going to the lower bracket instead. We're going to be following GuMiho into his next series versus Ryung. Let's go. Let's go. As we're setting up for our next matchup. Just letting the players know. I'm ready. I'm ready for the Gumi God versus the Tuna Terran. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Do you know if Bunny or Creator won? I believe they're mid-series. I believe Bunny versus Creator are mid-series. So we're going to be going in a short break. We're going to be going in a short break. When we come back, when we return, we will have GuMiho versus Ryung up next after the break. Yeah, after the break. See you soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll be back once the vetoes are done. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the next round, to the Esports World Cup EWC 2025 Korean Closer Qualifier. Welcome back to the lower brackets. For those that are curious, for those that are looking for Cure's next match, Cure, he did advance on to a qualifying match, a best of 7 versus Zoun. That is going to be covered by the mainstream. The mainstream, they have you covered there. We are going to be following GuMiho into the lower bracket, where he has a fresh best of 5. We're jumping into another TVT, and spawning in the bottom right corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing SA2L Esports. It is GuMiho. We go. And GuMiho's been playing almost nothing but TVTs. It's been crazy. I mean, Ryung as well. Ryung, he also went up against ByuN earlier, don't get me wrong. But now they face up against each other again. And GuMiho and Ryung, they're good friends. They used to be back on, I want to say they were on MVP back in the day, if I recall correctly. But there's a lot of history between the two players. Again, they're good friends from long ago. Both been around in StarCraft for a very long time. Some of the more old school players amongst the Korean Terrans, amongst the Koreans themselves. Now they face off once again, many years later. Let's go. Let us go. And we'll see how our players will approach this. We just see Ryung going double gas open at Ryung, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, GuMiho going for a Rax into factory setup off of a single gas geyser into a faster CC thereafter. Okay. So we're settling into our openers. Of course, if you're in the chat, predictions, I think they would have closed by now, but they are available. So place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on. And bearing in mind, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3, not a best of 7, 5. We have at most 5 games available to us. Let's go. As we do see Ryung scouting for a proxy, does a check here at the third base location, making sure there's no shenanigans underway. Ryung just being as safe as possible. Likewise, expanding here on the low ground. We'll set up. If players do well enough in the Korean qualifier, they go to the global qualifier. Yeah, right. I believe it does depend on your placement in the qualifier. Yes, that is true. Hello. Ryung. ByuN, is that you? Let's go. Now, this is something that Ryung does like to mix in. This is a more ByuN approach here. We are rushing into a very fast second Rax. That is going to be a second Rax before Starport. This is the beginning of a 2-1-1 setup. Very early stim timing out of Ryung. Meanwhile, GuMiho going for a standard 1-1-1. Standard 1-1-1 setup here. Going for his tech labs. Hellion will threaten the CC, but Ryung will hold. And again, we're waiting for that tech lab, waiting for stim. So this is a very unique build. It is not unheard of in TVT. We do see it every now and then. Maru does like to mix it in. ByuN likes to mix it in. So it makes sense that Ryung would do it as well. Yep, there it is. There's the tech lab. So this is going to be an early stim timing, early marine production into a very strong stim timing with 2 medevacs with 16 marines. So 2-on-1 in TVT. Let's go. And it's up to GuMiho to realize what's happening, realize what's going on, and to prepare back at home. For the time being, GuMiho's in the dark. He has not seen anything in the main. Not yet. As there's that starport, getting ready for those medevacs. Oh boy. So we are setting up. Marine production underway. Back at home, GuMiho opening up Cyclone into Banshee. Now with this Banshee, I believe GuMiho should be harassing, and when he does harass, there will be a chance that he will get an eye on the production and get an eye on what Ryung is up to. We'll see if he can get there. We go. As behind this, GuMiho rushing into a third CC. Third CC is on the way. This won't help in the defense. GuMiho is being very greedy, rushing into the third base, and Ryung, he's about to pull the trigger. He's still waiting for his medevacs. Marines have amassed. Stim is almost done, and we're just waiting for those final medevacs to move out across the map. And again, GuMiho has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He is in the dark. Likewise, Reaper towards the main. And here comes the double drop. Now, GuMiho does see the timing of the third CC, does notice it's much later, and he will delay. This is a nice pickup. Now goes further in, and he will scout that timing. Yeah, he does see Stim. He does notice what's going on. He now realizes he's setting up back at home. We need, I was going to say bunkers, but he doesn't really have a bio setup. But he does bring everything together. Ryung headed towards the main. Slack goes towards the natural. And you can see GuMiho is ready. He's prepared. He's expecting the drop. Does boost in. Tank does siege in time. Ooh, and Ryung, he backs up. Yeah, he sees the army. Does pull away. Good reaction by GuMiho. Ooh, double eBay. We did not see bio out of GuMiho this entire broadcast even. Not against Killer, but he's doing it here against Ryung. Okay, into a more bio tank composition. Again, GuMiho, he does enjoy mech, but it's not like he can only play mech, not at all. He can play bio. But now GuMiho is contained. Ryung respecting the defense position. Ryung, he doesn't just throw away his units. And the goal here is to contain. To delay the third, to contain his opponent. Stim is on the way for GuMiho. Nice Falcons here by Ryung. He will delay. So even though GuMiho had a much faster third base, he's not able to make use of it. He's stuck on 2 bases. Ryung is catching up, claiming his own third. As Ryung is still being active. I'm going to catch out any stray units, and looks like he may... Oh! It's a lock-on. Gets a Hellion. Oh, but it will trade out a Cyclone. Better pick up there from GuMiho. GuMiho does catch the Cyclone. Likewise, Ryung moving out. Getting in position. Hoping to get within range of the CC. Toss on away those Ravens. Disables are available. And does he go for it? Tempted. Oof. Is within range. There's that first disable. Takes down one of the tanks. Oh, does on siege in time. Ryung, calm down. Oh my god. Does on siege, does pull away. That Ryung maintaining his army. Both players getting to 2-2. 2-2 upgrades on the way. Again, the third base is fully saturated for Ryung, so Ryung, he does enjoy a better economy, at least for now. GuMiho, he's playing catch-up. Now saturating. When it comes to the main armies, we do have, I would say, an equivalent bio count. We do see that GuMiho has a slight edge when it comes to tanks. Ryung has more metabanks, he can go for a Doom Drop. Has that potential. Does him in. Does try to break through. Tanks do siege, mass disable, and Ryung here overextends. He overextends, he will lose every single tank. As all tanks are disabled. And with that, GuMiho, he does skyrockets ahead. Ryung, he plummets in supply. Now it's time to counterattack. And what is there left? Ryung, he just dropped 50 supply. He lost 5 tanks, 34 Marines for what? For 1 Raven and 6 Marines instead. That was a brutal trade. And GuMiho, he's just going to snowball into a win. There's 1 tank to hold onto the ramp. The second tank is coming in. Missile goes up. Raises the army. And GuMiho, he's going for the kill. Stims on forward. Takes down the first tank. Oh. As boys are being pulled to try to defend. But the numbers are just not there. They're just not there. Not anymore. Again, it was just a really brutal fight from Ryung, not respecting the Ravens. And GG gets called. GuMiho takes the lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a very tense game, very back and forth, very close up until that final moment, up until that second last fight, of course, when Ryung got caught by all the disables, by all the interference matrices. Unfortunately, Ryung, he just overextended. He didn't respect the Raven count of his opponent, got a little bit too cavalier, and with that, Ryung lost everything in that fight. With that, GuMiho snowballed into a win. GG, well played. GuMiho does claim the win, and with that, we are now getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, best of 5 is a best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us. So next game is going to be on Torches for the first time tonight. Okay, Torches, one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. You don't get more vetoed than Last Fantasy, of course, but Torches, likewise, also not very popular at all. This is known to be a rush map. It's very small, very quirky, a lot of distinct features, and we often see a lot more aggressive and chaotic play as a result. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing SATUL Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Ryung, the Tuna Terran himself. Let's go. Let us go. As welcome one to Torches. Torches is a very unique map in the map pool. It's very similar to El Dorado last season, where we have these gold minerals. We have minerals here that do give access to your natural base. You can break out, you can mine through them to gain access to this triangular third base. You can gain access to a gold base in the center of the map as well, which is walled off by these tumors. These tumors, they expire at just before the 8-minute mark at around 7:57. These tumors do expire, they do open up the center of the map, and you can expand towards your opponent. The rush distance by ground already is quite short. It can get even shorter as well. So short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air as well. It is a smaller map. On top of that, we have another goal base on the left hand side. We have a healing pad as well. There's just a lot going on here on Torches, and in general, players, they avoid it. They do often avoid it, they do often veto, but not here, not between these two. Let's go. Let us go. As GuMiho does open up double gas opener out of our Red Terran player and double gas out of our Blue Terran. So both players, they do mirror each other. So far, equivalent builds. So far, so good. GuMiho does move out, and as you can see, when I say that the tumors will expire, the tumors are slowly bleeding out, like these massive it says debris, but these massive tumors are slowly bleeding out over time. It'll eventually expire. Technically, you can save these tumors by spreading creep to them, but I mean, there's no Zerg in this matchup, so that's not going to be a factor. They will eventually bleed out. As GuMiho is looking for a way in, pushing up a ramp into Ryung. And Ryung is ready, is set up. As both players going for their own 1-1-1s, starports are on the way. GuMiho does pull back. So far, still no major deviation yet. We do have our tech lab from the side of Ryung. Tech lab on the factory. Meanwhile, GuMiho is already done. Working towards the cyclone. Oh, we just see GuMiho overextending. Runs his main army. We'll lose one of those Reapers. Sorry, Hellions already. Okay, Reaper's going for the dive. Going for the main base. And he will barely not get in. Doesn't get a scout off. GuMiho, he sees. Does barely see the production setup. Just barely. Behind this, going for his own drop. Going for his own move out. Meanwhile, we saw the power of the Raven earlier in that last game, and Ryung, he likes what he sees. He does like it. He does go for his own Raven production. Interference Matrix is on the way. This time, no crazy 2-on-1 setup. No crazy stim timing out of Ryung. Not this time. As GuMiho does boost in, he's got his Cyclone, got his Marines, he's going for the mineral line. And he will get one SCV. Just the one. Does pick up. Oh no! The lock-on is brutal, and Ryung, he will punish this. He will shut this down as he, oh my god, barely does not get the medevac. Whew, GuMiho does get away. Yeah, one shot away from going down, does escape. Did have to abandon 2 Marines. But we'll make it back home. Behind this, GuMiho going into delayed Raven production, but production nonetheless. So both players kind of heading in the same direction in their own ways. And for the first time this series, Ryung, he's making it up. Let's go. It's tuna time. We do throw down the second factory. Second factory's on the way. Third factory as well. As Ryung, he's checking for a third. Checking for an expansion. GuMiho's moving out. As being said in the chat, when it comes to the 5th, 6th match, we most likely will cast it ourselves, especially because it's going to be casted when ready. Most likely, the mainstream will be covering some of the other matches instead. We'll see. Depending on how the bracket turns out. As Ryung is building up his tank Hellion composition. No battle mech, bear that in mind. Meanwhile, GuMiho going into Biotank. Stim is on the way, extra Raxes as well. So Biotank out of GuMiho. Hellion tank out of Ryung. Going into Blue Flame. Scan does reveal all the factories, so GuMiho is now aware. So where are the mech? So what's going on? Ryung pushing out. He has double the tank count. Has a tank lead. Has a Viking lead as well. And with the help of those Ravens, Ryung, he can force himself off the ramp. It's possible. Can push in. Oh. There's that disable. Pushing forward. Yeah, the first tank does fall. Ryung just bullying his way in. We'll get another tank. And GuMiho just unable to slow this down. GuMiho not yet within range of the base, but he's getting there. So pushing forward. GuMiho ideally waiting for the unsiege. But that's still going to be a lot of Hellbats, a lot of support. As the siege is getting low. Yeah, let's get very low. GuMiho does pull the boys, trying to push into the siege tanks. Oh, no shot. Trying to force his way through, does disable 3 of those tanks. Is it going to be enough? Looks like it barely will not. Yeah, Ryung, he will take this fight. He will shut this down. The disables are running out. The tanks, they stand strong. And GuMiho, he'll lose everything. Lose 27 SCVs, the Bio Army as well. Again, GuMiho, he could not push into the siege tank line. It was crazy. He went for it. At this point, he's trapped. Unfortunately, GuMiho just wasn't able to engage this army ahead of time to force an earlier siege. He wasn't able to delay. And Ryung just forcing his way in. Going further in towards the main. GuMiho just doesn't really have much left. Not much left over. And there it is, GG. GG gets called as Ryung. He will tie up the series 1-1. He will force his way into the natural overwhelm. And we have a series. We have a back and forth. Again, GuMiho, he was aware of the mech composition, that's true, but he wasn't aware of the movement of Ryung. Ryung, he was able to go through the right-hand side, break through the tumor, of course, sneak up on that natural, and GuMiho just wasn't able to engage. He wasn't in position to slow down the army in any way. And once Ryung got within range of the CC, that was almost game then and there. That was almost game then and there. There was just no answer there for GuMiho. He had no answer to that tank line. GG. Towards the end, we just saw a desperation move out of GuMiho, just pulling the boys into the tanks, and it did not quite work out. GG. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. I'm curious, if we allowed torches through the vetoes, what else did we allow? Do we have anything else crazy for us? Are we willing to play on Last Fantasy? No shot. That's the dream. As here we go, we are getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Maganatha for game number 3 to determine who will take a lead in this series. Who will take that lead? Who will gain that edge? And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran, representing SHUL Esports, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. We'll see if he can take a lead. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It's the Tuna Terran himself. It is Ryung. I'm ready for the dung. 1. Let's go. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe unfamiliar with the Korean scene, Ryung, his nickname is the Tuna Terran. The reason for this is because Ryung's name is Dongwon, and that is a brand of canned tuna in South Korea. One of our infamous moments for the CranKy Ducklings is one of the Ducklings actually went to Korea a couple of years ago, went to GSL, and on their cheerful in the crowd, they actually taped a can of Dongwon tuna to the cheerful. I believe they won an award. I think I think they were having an audience an audience competition for best cheerful in the crowd to win some GSL merch. Did win it. Good times, good times. Here we go. That's why you see the Sabo in the chat. That's also why one of our emotes is a tuna as well, in honor of Ryung. Likewise, GuMiho setting up. GuMiho going for an economic opener back at home. Ryung going for his own economic start as well. We are setting up. We've already seen some diverse play out of Ryung. Game 1 going for a 2-on-1. Game 2 going for a mech and going for a much more crisper tank timing as well. And we'll see how GuMiho will respond. We've seen more or less GuMiho reacting to his opponents so far in tonight's broadcast. Less so being as assertive, as aggressive. We'll see if that changes coming to Maganatha. Maganatha, of course, being the largest map in the map pool. We obviously longer games, and we did see a longer game out of Cure even on Maganatha as well. Still very aggressive. If you recall, we had GuMiho rushing into BCs. It was crazy. Rushing into Mass Battlecruiser. I don't expect to see that here, but anything's possible. We have our 1-1-1 setup here out of GuMiho and Ryung. We have our setup. I should also emphasize that's one of the reasons why GuMiho is always a treat to watch. If you're, again, unfamiliar with his play, GuMiho is often very unorthodox. He's often very experimental and comes up with his own builds, his own styles. You'd never see any other Terran player, for example, in a series against Cure, to rush into BCs in such a way, and into battlecruisers, right? To have that kind of approach. GuMiho often thinking outside the box. That's why I would say he's one of the more entertaining Terran players to watch, for sure. 100%. Very entertaining. And of course, what makes it entertaining is that it works. Like, not just it does crazy stuff, but hey, it does work as well. For now, early tank push. Early tank drop, I should say. Medevac has arrived at tank as well. GuMiho is rushing across the map. We spoke earlier, a couple of seconds ago actually, about how GuMiho has been more or less reacting to his opponents in most of these games. That is changing here and now. Here he is going to be forcing Ryung to respond to him instead as they pass by each other. GuMiho does boost in towards the natural. At the same time, Ryung going to be rushing past towards the natural as well. Hellions, they get spotted. GuMiho, he commits. What is at home to defend? There's nothing. There's nothing at home for Ryung. Likewise, there's nothing at home for GuMiho. Oh my god, for the base trade. Let's go. There's nothing at home for anyone. We have a couple of Marines on the way. Vikings do land. We have some production coming up for GuMiho. At the same time, same can be said here for Ryung. Marine goes down. Production still underway. It's going to take a long time here for that cycle to pop. Yeah, the cycle is just so far away. Hellions are racing back home. GuMiho, he defends. GuMiho does defend. Ryung attempting this around. Auto charge on the high ground. Hellions, they dive in. Tank volley going up. And I believe Ryung, he should clean this up. He does have that high ground. Takes down the tank. Just barely. And Ryung defends. Ooh, Ryung, he will defend. Did I speak too soon? Again, Ryung, he's down to 1 Cyclone, down to 2 Marines. So GuMiho could try to keep pushing. We're going to calm down there. Ryung, he does resaturate. And Ryung actually comes out with a worker lead. Okay, let's go. Let's go. As we have 2 more factories on the way. Getting into our battle mech composition as we have mech accelerators as well. Let's go. GuMiho doing what he does best. Going into battle mech. Meanwhile, instead we see Ryung rushing to a faster 3rd TC. Rushing to a faster economy. GuMiho moves out. Does move out with his double drop. Ryung also going to mech as well. Factories are on the way. Does scan, does see the 3rd TC. And GuMiho, he will delay. Will delay expansion. Likewise takes down the Cyclone as well. Oh, but the Monarch is going to be zoned away. Hey, there's no saving these Cyclones. Oh, doesn't quite get the Raven. GuMiho is going to be locked down. Yeah, bleeding out the Cyclones, losing 1, losing both. Does pick up 5 SCVs though. At the same time, GuMiho dropping on top of the tanks. Ooh, he will drop on top. And alas, both tanks will go down. Very nice pickoffs. GuMiho catching out 2 tanks. Trading with the army. Again, Ryung, he's just 1 step behind when it comes to his own mech composition because of the faster CC. Ryung, he got the faster base, but again did sacrifice his factories as a result. As Viking lands in the middle line, gets 3 more SCVs. With that, GuMiho does take a worker lead. Up in workers, I believe up in tanks. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Down in tanks, of course, who's not making any. Battle mech. Up in Cyclones, is moving out. Now in a head-on fight, I do favor Ryung if he's sieged up, right? The tanks are siege, if the Ravens are in position, then Ryung should take the fight. But it's going to be on GuMiho to find a way in, to try to find a better angle. Engage where the army isn't. Tank gets spotted. GuMiho takes on a gas geyser. Just the gas. So then the Viking, it just continues. We go back in. And more SCVs falling. Getting up to 7. Ryung having a hard time keeping up. GuMiho finally locking in. Let's go. Even making a Thor. Okay. Thor production has begun. We have medevacs on the way. Are we going for a Thor drop? Okay. I mean, again, just a very different change of pace here. Once again, another Viking dropping into the mineral line. He just doesn't stop. The Viking harass does continue. And we are waiting for the Thors. That is, the Thor is here. There's that drop. Once again, this time just a much more active style out of GuMiho. I appreciate it. Dropping towards the main. Ryung still trying to stabilize, building back up. He's still down almost 20 SCVs. And he's pushing. GuMiho slowing down the push, doing whatever he can to try to engage ahead of time. Drop is moving in. Oh. Drop does move in. Ryung's zoning him away. Drop into the third. And Ryung not quite in position. SCVs are going to be going down. We're going for the Thor drop. And Ryung, he commits. He has to break through. Disables one of the tanks. Anti-armor missile does go up. Ryung forcing his way in. And he's out trading. Yeah, he is out trading. He is breaking through. GuMiho forcing his way into the natural. The boys have to be pulled. But GG gets called because back at home, Ryung, he will lose everything. GG is called. And GuMiho takes game number 3. Whew. GG. Again, back across the map, SCVs that were going down left and right. The Thor drop, the Hellion drop as well. Damage was being done, and Ryung was all in. Ryung, he was all in. Unfortunately, he just barely didn't have enough to keep going. He ran out of steam. Whew. And GuMiho takes a lead. GuMiho does take lead. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Creator, he just took down ByuN 3-2, went all the way to the ace match, but Creator does claim that series. ByuN is now out of EWC, or of this qualifier. He's out of the qualifier, out of this tournament. My condolences to ByuN. As Creator, he is now advancing on a face-off against ByuN in the next round. Facing off against ByuN. As we are setting up, and we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Let's go. Tokamak is up next. Another one of these larger, more macro maps as well. Here's one of the larger maps of the map, well known for longer and later games. I mean, hey, if you recall, this is the game where we had the crazy late game between ByuN and GuMiho earlier. Can we get there again as well with these two players? I hope so. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing SHUL Esports, leading the series 2-1. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the right hand corner, sending out not just one, sending out 2 SCVs across the map. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It's a Tuna Terran himself. It is Ryung. As a proxy 2x Reaper is upon us. Okay, hyper aggression out of Ryung. This does make sense. If you recall, I did just mention how this map is known for longer macro games. We're known for economic openers here because of the defensive features of Tokamak. So Ryung, he's hoping that GuMiho is going for an economic opener. And hey, what's happening? Economic opener. Single gas. It's going to be a Rax expand out of GuMiho. And Ryung, this is ideal for the Blue Terran. Ryung, he's hoping that we have an economic side. He's hoping that GuMiho is going for the CC, because that means there's going to be a late factory, a late Hellion, limited production, and potential for Ryung to end the game. Now, GuMiho is going for the SCV scouts, thankfully. He's moving out across the map, and with this now, SCV scouts are rare in TVT. I don't think we've seen a single SCV scout up until this moment. So he does scout across the map, and GuMiho, he will find out. No base, no CC, sorry, no expansion. Likewise, no racks either. Back at home, doesn't throw down the CC. Yeah, factory. Now, this is a late factory because it is reactive to what we're seeing across the map. So it is a later factory, but it is factory before command center nonetheless. GuMiho, he now knows that he's in danger. You can see him moving out with another SCV, getting vision here on the Reaper Cliff. So it was about to be an economic opener, but now does scout, does confirm what's going on. GuMiho is getting ready. GuMiho is getting ready. Ryung, he's been seen. Bunkers are on the way. We have a bunker here on top of the ramp, and likewise a bunker further back as well. So GuMiho, he's just fully setting up for the proxy. And GuMiho should be okay. Ryung rotating over. Does get an SCV. Ryung, he sees the bunkers, and we should be transitioning back at home. There we go. The factory's on the way. The Rax is already floating back home. Ryung, he backs off. He backs off, he expands. I'm a little bit surprised that GuMiho, oh my god, GuMiho is not expanding. We should be seeing a CC, but GuMiho is going for the starport. Starport is on the way instead. GuMiho, he can turn this into a one base all in. Interesting. Second gas on the way. Ryung is setting up. Ryung is transitioning. GuMiho just doubling down on one base. It's going to be a run to scout to confirm, and he will. As a Ryung, he will confirm the tech lab on the starport. He will confirm the 111. Again, delayed CC here by GuMiho. It's still on the way, but it's heavily delayed. Ryung poking back in, at least hoping to. Back at home, Ryung going into Mech accelerators, going into mech. Let's go. Once again, we've seen a lot of mech today. A lot of mech today. Oh, and GuMiho double expanding, going for the third CC. So really fast third base here by GuMiho. It doesn't make sense just because his own natural is quite late. It's quite delayed. And he has been scouted. So there's less of a chance of him doing damage. We can see, despite the tech lab, we have a medevac first, not a Reaper. Sorry, not a Banshee or a Raven. Let's give me his boosting in. Does boost forward. You know, Ryung is keeping up. He's in position. Oh, that does get a lock on, and that's a brutal lock on as well. The medevac barely gets away. Whew. Does pull out at the same time. Reaper into the natural. Hellion as well. Gets 3 SCVs. Not bad. Takes down 3 workers. Let's give me a chase down. Let's GuMiho setting up. His third base is almost done. Extra factories for Ryung. Of course, just embracing that mech. Does embrace it, likewise drops into the main. Oh, the medevac! Medevac unable to load in time. Massive pickup. Takes down the Cyclone, takes down the Marines. Yeah, rough setup here from GuMiho, even losing the Raven. As Raven does fall as well. Ay, ay, ay. Ryung takes down the medevac, the Raven, and the Cyclone doesn't lose anything. Ryung popping up. He also did scout. He confirms the third CC. Is aware. And we have GuMiho throwing down extra Raxes, going to bio play, not mech. So bio tank out of GuMiho. And mech from Ryung. Scan does confirm. Ryung going into mass tank at Hellion. GuMiho doing some counter damage. Gets across the map. Same time, Ryung does drop into the main. Gets a couple of SCVs. Two SCVs going down. And again, you can see just how efficient Ryung has been so far. He does take a worker lead. He's on 3 bases. His own third has been up and running the entire time. GuMiho, despite having a faster third, has been unable to expand. He's been contained on 2 bases. So it's been a bit of a shaky early to mid game here for GuMiho. Just unable to expand. Ryung dropping back into the main. GuMiho taking his third. Does finally take his third base. So once again, he's distracted. Once again, 5 more SCV kills. Yeah, it's too much. GG gets called. Ay, ay, ay. Just from pure harassment here. And Ryung, he will tie the series up 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match, and again, Ryung just catching so many key units, Cyclones, Medivacs, SCVs, of course, delayed the expansion, being contained on 2 bases, just so much damage, and Ryung did snowball out of control. No major fight to end the game or anything like that, just, again, GuMiho was just stifled, was just slowed down, was just picked away at, and just could not keep up. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match here. We'll see how this story ends. We'll see how this story ends. The players are asking for a moment. That's fully understandable. They need a moment to breathe. All good. As we're getting into that final game of the series. Now, I think there was a discussion in the chat happening earlier. I believe when it comes to our next series. Depending on how things line up, we will most likely be following the winner of GuMiho versus Ryung into the winner of ByuN versus Creator. Again, it does look like the mainstream, they're covering the upper bracket qualifying match, and they will be covering the lower bracket qualifying match as well. But depending on the length of that series, we might just follow our players into their next match. It also does depend on when the mainstream wrap up their series. We might end up covering the tiebreaker match. Might cover that. Here we go. As we are getting to the final game of the series, we're getting into game 5, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing SAUL Esports being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. Bring it back. Bring us all the way to game 5. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? It is Ryung. Here we go. And again, just a brutal follow-up there from GuMiho, just losing far too much when it came to his workers, when it came to his high-tech units like Medivacs, like Cyclones. When it came to expanding and keeping up economically, he was just behind in almost every aspect. It was a brutal setup there from GuMiho. And Ryung popping off. Task off. Meanwhile, GuMiho opening up 2x Reaper. Okay, so 2x Reaper opening here by GuMiho. Last game, of course, Ryung did proxy. This time he is not, so he won't be hard countered or anything like that. With this setup, GuMiho will be able to move out across the map. He'll have map control, and he may be able to overwhelm the natural. It also does depend on the opener of Ryung, as Ryung does open up double gas. Double gas opener, faster factory out of Ryung, very safe play out of our blue Terran player. With this, we should be seeing a faster factory and a faster Cyclone. Sorry, faster Hellion, and potentially a faster Cyclone as well. Okay. So we'll see what GuMiho can get done. as Reapers are amassing. Here we go. So first Reaper does get across the map, hoping to delay the CC. Last Ryung, he's in position. So far so good. Ryung, he does hold, he does defend. Now GuMiho, upon seeing the timing of the CC, he now knows it was a faster factory. He knows. So he's aware that a Hellion is on the way. GuMiho can still get the first shot off. And he does... Oh, he's throwing away the Reapers, takes down the SCV, not bad. Takes down the worker, delays the command center. So far so good. GuMiho going back in. Takes down one, takes down two Reapers. Oh, barely not. Yeah, trades 1-1 instead, takes down the Hellion. Nice pickup. Nice control here from GuMiho as he takes down 3 SCVs, the Reaper and the Hellion. And this is what he was looking for, and he gets it. He does get it behind this, getting his own CC on location, and he's catching up in terms of production, in terms of progress on the command center itself. And GuMiho just cannot expand, not yet. He's waiting for another Hellion. GuMiho just rallying across the map. There we go, second Hellion has arrived. You can see he's trying to line up that shot. Oh, Heli volley goes up. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away, does reinforce. And it's going to be a close fight. Does take down the Hellion, and with that, GuMiho, he can still keep pushing. But now, falling back. Does heal up. Again, Reapers, they regenerate HP over time. And GuMiho doesn't risk it. He doesn't risk it. He pulls away, and back at home, the CC is done. After all that aggression, after everything subsides, GuMiho does have a faster command center. Ryung's is slightly behind by a couple of seconds. Likewise, worker-wise, we are neck and neck. And now we can focus on the next step. Do have Raven production out of Ryung, meanwhile, bio play out of GuMiho. Getting into a 2-on-1 stim timing as that follow-up. Okay, here we go. As GuMiho is rallying across the map. Waiting for that medevac. Medevac has arrived, Cyclone as well. GuMiho just unrelenting here. Yeah, he's not stopping, he's just gonna keep pushing in. As GuMiho does commit. Oh, pushing into the Cyclones, pushing into the tanks as well. GuMiho will lose everything here. The Marines are going down. The Cyclones, they do trade. To end up trading, but again, GuMiho did overextend, not expecting the tank to be in position. Ryung holds. He does hold on. Now GuMiho is going to have another timing available to him once Stim finishes. We're just waiting for the upgrades, waiting for Stim. Waiting for Stim, waiting for +1. GuMiho is building up on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Ryung, he will expand. Third TC is on the way. So faster base here by Ryung. Likewise, Ryung is once again building up his own tank Viking count. He's going into bioplay himself, so interesting. We're going to have a later stim out of Ryung, and of course, faster stim out of GuMiho. He's going for his drop. The drop play continues. Just, again, very aggressive play here from GuMiho. That earlier drop wasn't really worth it. We'll see if he can make up for that here. As he has 1 tank and Mass Marine. This time, Ryung, he moves out. Uh-oh. Ryung does move out. GuMiho is moving in. And with this one fell swoop, GuMiho, he can even go for Stim. Yeah, he scans, sees nothing's here. Stim is going to be denied. Gets into the middle line as well. Ryung has to pull away. And production is exposed. Ryung, he races back home. Ay, ay, ay. Barely out of position. Add-ons are falling. Likewise, GuMiho diving on the tank. Does get 1. Takes down the tank, takes down the Raven as well. And GuMiho, he may lose everything here, but this was worth it. Again, just a massive delay on Stim. Insane delay. And Ryung, he was pushing. He was moving out. Not anymore. Now he's forced back. Here we go. Ryung is setting up. Likewise, GuMiho moving out. Still rallying across the map, getting his third CC on location. Tanks are spotted. Ryung is going to... I'm pretty sure this was a reaction, correct? Where we had Stim on the way, Stim was denied, so we just mech it up. We just throw down 2 more factories. We're done with Stim at this point. Committing into mech. GuMiho finishing up his own third base. Ryung stuck on 2. As Ryung, he has relinquished map control. He's just contained here on these 2 bases, building up his tanks, building up his Vikings. It's going to come down to Ryung breaking out and eventually expanding. We'll see if GuMiho lets him. Like, remember, bearing in mind, GuMiho does not have to push in. He does not have to push into the natural or the main. GuMiho, he can be content just containing. Just contain the Terran. Getting within range of the gas geyser. He's going to force a Ryung to react. Tasting on the gas, pulls away. GuMiho is content. And again, I appreciate this. Like, again, there's nothing pressuring GuMiho to try to break this defensive line. Doesn't have to. Just pull away, enjoying his third, now getting a 4th CC. Once again, just enjoying a better economy. And this GuMiho going for 2 more starports. Taken to the skies. Say to the skies. Once again, Ryung, he just cannot expand. He's stuck on 2 bases. GuMiho in position. At the same time, dropping into the natural. Does drop in. Yeah, Ryung not quite where he needs to be. Once again, losing more SCVs. Getting up to 8. Getting up to 9. 9 SCV kills. And GuMiho backs off. GuMiho backs off. Once again, he respects the Ravens. Looking to drop into the main. This is risky. He's going for it. Does boost in. The Vikings, they're barely not in position. Turret's arm, Midax is going to be going down. But he does siege up. Siege up barely in time, going for the production. Factories are within range. But GuMiho, did he overextend? He's going to lose everything here. Yeah, this was... he'll lose everything. The tanks are going down. The Marines as well. Does get 19 SCVs, though. Was this worth it? Does get 19 SCVs, does cripple the economy of Ryung, but that was quite a big loss supply-wise. GuMiho, he lost a tank. Sorry, he lost 4 tanks. Lost 24 Marines. And here comes the Marine Army. Again, Ryung, he has that supply lead. GuMiho, he traded his army for economic damage. Now he's down to 4 tanks against 12. Oh. GuMiho does fight for air control. GuMiho does have the Viking lead. Just not coming in. And Ryung, he doesn't break through. He doesn't push off the ramp. He's going to be forced back. And GuMiho defends. Whew, okay. So it was worth it. GuMiho, he does defend with the bare minimum back at home. He zones away. He forces back Ryung. GuMiho getting a 4th. Now able to take advantage of that greater economy. Getting to Mass Viking. Mass ByuN. Currently the supplies are close, but I mean the soup does lie. It's one of those things where GuMiho just needs a little bit of time here for his economy to kick in. Then he should be the first to max. Should be. GuMiho rotates. So far, the armies are posturing. Ryung is keeping up. He's keeping up with the army. Thors have arrived. On the one hand, GuMiho does have the Viking... Oh, never mind. I was going to say it does have the Viking lead, but he is being surpassed. Once again, GuMiho dropping into the natural. Yeah, Ryung, he was distracted. Once again, SCV is going to be going down. Once again, looking to cripple the economy. And that's going to be another, what, 7 SCVs falling. 8 workers do fall. And Ryung, he just pushes. Yeah, he just moves out. He commits. Ooh, but he runs into a tank line. GuMiho is ready for him. And Ryung, what are we doing? Where do we go? What's going on? Ryung a little bit indecisive. But how he wants to maneuver. Like back at home, he knows that he's behind. He knows he's lost so many workers. But he does have a terrifying army. Like Ryung, he's up in army supply. He can win a fight. Pushing through the center. Uh-oh. GuMiho trying to keep up. A little bit late to one siege. And GuMiho is late. So tanks are going to be going down. But he comes in from behind. He sims in. And can he break through that tank line? It's going to be close. Tank blows are brutal. And he just barely will. The final tank does fall. Now it's just Thors. Vikings, they land. They're going for the Thors. He wants them. Oh, he gets one. There's 3 left. There's 2. And 3 Thors remaining. But Ryung, he can't keep pushing. He cannot keep pushing. There are still tanks left over on the high ground. Ryung is being stopped in his tracks. He just cannot push into the bases. He's trying to. Once again, he rotates. Looking for a better angle. Does find a tank. Pushing towards the 4th. And he will deny. I appreciate this out of GuMiho. GuMiho, he knows he's ahead. Like, he knows he has the economic lead. Why fight for the 4th? Just give it up. Just lift the 4th base, evacuate the workers, float over towards the right-hand side instead. It's a really mature decision here from GuMiho. Just give up on the base. Counterattack instead, and back at home, there's nothing. There's nothing here. He'll evacuate his 4th. Meanwhile, he will kill the 3rd. And Ryung is pushing in. Ryung, he's all in at this point. It's all or nothing. Ooh, takes down the mineral line. 24 SCV kills. GuMiho dropping into the main. GuMiho doesn't really have enough for a base trade, though. There's not really enough here. Okay, Ryung is pushing forward. It's getting dicey. There's 1 tank left. But GuMiho, the army is lacking. As he will lose more bases. Again, the base trade is the only way for Ryung to win this game. Does sneak out a tank. Tank does get away. Meanwhile, we do see that GuMiho is just securing his own main. Liberators have arrived. 1 more tank goes down. And Ryung is going to try to force his way up this ramp, but so far he cannot. We'll see though. That's a lot of Thors. It's a lot of Thors. Meanwhile, GuMiho is still in the main. You know, all the CCs have gone down. Ryung, he has a base mining. Bleeding out a couple of tanks. Oof. A couple of tanks do go down. GuMiho losing 65 SCVs. But he will find that mining base. And as it settles, what do we have exactly? Okay, 6 Liberators for GuMiho. Yeah, 0 mining here from Ryung. We have the mass migration. He's floating on over. GuMiho all the way stuck on 1 base. And again, he just doesn't really have much of a bio army left. Just a handful of units remaining. Gets a Cyclone. Gets a Cyclone in a head-on fight. Ryung, he will win this. Again, he has a massive army. And Ryung, he's racing back. He's resettling here at his third. Buildings they reposition. GuMiho can't fight head on. Oh, yeah, he cannot fight. Has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Remember, there's 5 Thors. As likewise, GuMiho also re-landing his own natural. Or re-landing at his natural. We have to favor Ryung here. Ryung, he has more bases, he has more CCs, he has more orbitals, he can mule. GuMiho's advantage is his liberators, but in a head-on fight, I don't know how effective they're really going to be. They're great at securing positions, but pushing into positions less so. Not on their own. GuMiho is setting up. Does deny a factory. GuMiho getting his base up and running. Against just really awkward game states. Thors are moving in. They're out of range. And he does get 1 liberator. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. Yeah, the Thors, they shut down the liberator. Oh, God. 3, 4 liberators going down. Losses that GuMiho cannot afford. The Thors, they pop up. And again, you can see his economy's getting back and running. He's just muling these bases. They're back up. GuMiho down to 1. And again, the base trade was the best chance that Ryung had in this game, and it worked out. It worked out well for him. He's getting supply blocked, true. But he should not lose the main fight. Ryung should be okay here. As another 2 more liberators go down. 0 liberators left. Medevac goes down as well. Not like this. The mine shot. Yeah, the final army falls. And GuMiho, it's sinking in. It's sinking in. GG gets called. Ryung, he will take the series 3-2. Advancing on to the next round and knocking GuMiho down. GG. GG, well played. Ryung, he does claim the series. Very intense back and forth here. Again, the base trade was the best chance for Ryung. Remember, Ryung, he was down in workers, down in economy. He was going to be outscaled in this game, so instead he just sent it across the map. He just went all or nothing. And yes, on the one hand, GuMiho, he was able to get on top of the production, but he was also bleeding out units. He was not trading too efficiently. He was losing a lot of his supply. And likewise, back across the map, he lost all his bases as well. His natural, his 3rd, his 4th, his 5th base, none of it got up and running. And amidst all that chaos, Ryung, he saved his bases. He saved his orbitals. GG. GG, well played. He was able to save his orbitals. He was able to get his own economy back up and running, build up, and overwhelm. Oh my god. Again, a very intense back and forth. GG. Congratulations to Ryung, the Tunitarian. He does it. He brings down GuMiho. It was close, was clutch, went all the way to the ace match, but does barely go the way of Ryung. And with that, do we have any updates on the bracket? What has been going on? Where are we at? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, from the top, let's switch us into over and catch up with the brackets. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. From the top, we have Zoun. Zoun versus Cure. They're still ongoing. They are currently in game number 5. Yeah, they're in game 5. They're in game 5 of that best of 7, so there could be even more games ahead of them as Zoun and Cure are going to face off. Meanwhile, we just wrapped up with GuMiho versus Ryung. Ryung does advance on to face off against the winner of ByuN and Creator. That is going to be our next series. So we're going to be jumping into ByuN versus Creator up next. They're currently mid-series. I don't know if they're in game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4. I don't know where they are in their series, but I do know they started later. They started as we were like in game 3, I want to say. So we will be jumping into ByuN versus Creator next on the channel. That'll be our next stream. That'll be our next game. And then we will most likely follow them into the lower bracket semifinals, depending on where the mainstream is. If they're still in the best of 7 by the time the lower bracket semifinals begin, then we'll be covering that, of course. Oh boy. Otherwise, there is going to be a tiebreaker match between the 5th and 6th placing player. That is true. There's going to be a tiebreaker. And again, we might cover that match here on this channel depending on how certain matches go, or how the upper brackets progresses and where the mainstream is specifically. So it does depend on how long it takes for Zoun and Cure to progress. Until then, we do have a break. We do have a short break here. We have a break here ahead of us as we do wait for our players to get ready. ByuN and Creator, they just got into their game, so it's going to be quite a bit of time before they're available again. So we have some downtime here. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with ByuN versus Creator. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break, that lovely brutal OC as we returned. We have returned here with our next series. We've returned and we are jumping in mid-series. As spawning in the right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Qualifier Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Alcadia Esports. It is Creator. Here we go. As we are jumping into our best of 5 again mid-series. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder here, the winner of this series will advance on to face off against Ryung. The loser of this series will be knocked down to face off against GuMiho. GuMiho, of course, is waiting for the loser of this matchup in that tiebreaker match. Also, I did mention previously, and I will say again, currently the plan is for the mainstream to cover every other match after this series, including the qualifier match, of course, and the tiebreaker match as well. So the plan is for the mainstream to cover all of that. Of course, we will be still casting here just from the clean feed. From the clean feed, we will not be in the lobbies. We'll have a clean feed cast instead. Technically, I could just end, like, after this series, I could end the stream and try to get some sleep. But I don't know if it's worth it anymore. Like, well, we have 3 hours. We have 3 hours until the European qualifier. Can I force myself to sleep for 2 hours? I think my big concern when it comes to trying to get some sleep right now is that I might just sleep and never wake up. Like, so I don't know if that's the wise of choices right now. Don't know if that's a good decision. But now though, we do have our initial start. Again, ranks expand into a factory, economic opener out of ByuN. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a Creator going for a standard opener as well. Standard opener out of Creator. Let's go. Go. So far, we do have our Twilight Council opener out of Creator. Twilight Council has been thrown down. We have our tech of choice working towards Blink. Meanwhile, we do have we have our tech lab on the way from the side of ByuN, initially opening up with his Marines, but from here we can go into early Cyclone, early tank production, into tank drop. We'll see what direction ByuN does take us in. Our eyes are on ByuN. So creators. So our creators. So Creator does poke in. Does thread in the main. Doesn't really get much scouting information. Does see the CC at least. Is aware of the earlier expansion. And behind this, Cyclone is on the way. Cyclone is on the way. Shade is denied. The production is underway as well. We're getting ready for his own drop play, getting ready to move out. To send it across the map. Back at home, we have Blink. How many gates? We have 2 more gates on the way. We have a 3-gate Blink set up here out of Creator. These gates are on the way. As ByuN does move out with his drop. Does move out. So far, Creator in position. He's got his 3 stalkers. ByuN going for the pylon. Does get the lock on. Does get the lock on. And is within range. Will shut it down. Yeah, the pylon will fall at F6. They try to come in from behind. The pylon will still fall. That does depower everything, actually. Even depowering Blink. That Blink is going to be delayed. We have a backup pylon on the way, thankfully, to get everything back up and running. But so far, a nice pick off, nice delay by ByuN. We'll slow down Creator. Behind this, building up his own tank count. Add-on swapping into Stim. And Creator will expand. Again, I believe only 3 Gate Blink. Yeah, only 3 Gate Blink Stalker. So it was meant to be a very safe build here from Creator. He doesn't really have much counter-attack potential. He has no Warp Prism, for example. He has no like a proxy across the map. So back at home, building up, reinforcing, Forge on the way for +1, and Creator, he's just getting ready for that step into the mid game. Here we go. But if Creator while ByuN's already up 2-0 is a bold choice. I mean, you gotta have faith back. Have faith in Creator. Let's go. Creator, he's a strong player, definitely. He can take down ByuN. We've seen him take down ByuN. It's happened before. But it is true that winning 3 games in a row is not going to be easy. Not for anyone. Now is the time for the comeback. As ByuN is breaking out. Likewise, Cyclone drop into the mineral line. Ooh, gets a sentry. Takes down a sentry. ByuN breaks out. He's got 3 tanks. Oh boy, and unfortunately everything's delayed here because the earlier delay on Blink. We have charge that's on the way, still not quite done. The Cyclone drop into the natural base, picks off an Adept, dropping into the main. ByuN doesn't quite commit. Not yet. I do feel like he can. Looking at the armies, there's only 8 Stalkers. And only a handful of slow lots. But ByuN, he doesn't risk it. He pulls away. He was spotted by the Observer, at least. Yeah, so ByuN, he calms down. I do feel like there was an opportunity there. But for now, just going to slow things down instead. Ooh, catching out a Stalker. And we'll expand. 3rd CC's on the way. ByuN does rotate. Observer's also in position. At the same time, Prism into the main. Warp Prism into the main. Zelte busts into the mineral line. ByuN, he does have some reinforcements, so we're going for the Warp in. Yeah, Creator, he commits. He commits across the map. And ByuN, he sends it. We're going for a pseudo base trade here. I say that there is an army to defend. Stalkers, they race back home as well. Tank shots on the sentries. Nice target firing. Sentries go down. 3rd base as well. Back at home, though, we do see 12 SCV kills. And went, oh no, the warp in is denied. Denies the warp in. ByuN, he will hold. At the same time, he breaks the 3rd. But at the cost of 19 SCVs, so many worker kills. Economically, ByuN, I mean, he's in the gutter. But army-wise, he can still keep going. I say that's a lot of zealots. That's a lot of charged lots. ByuN scans, he sees the zealot army. Colossus is out as well. Creator, he holds. Yeah, he can collapse on this army. Tanks that were unsieged. Colossus is targeted down. But ByuN, he will lose everything here. He loses tanks. Lose the fire. Does pick up, dropping into the main. Took down the Stalker. Does pull away. And we're in an awkward position here. ByuN, he does have a 3rd CC, just now morphing in. Likewise, the worker count here, they're comparable with each other. Yes, Creator, he's up in workers, that is true, but he has to be up in workers. Remember, Terran, they have mules. Thanks to this mule hammer here, ByuN economically is able to hold his own. Again, Creator, he needs that 3rd base. So economically, we're quite close, quite neck and neck. Likewise, Creator has to rebuild that Colossus. And both players are building up. You have the Ghost Academy here from ByuN. +2 on the way for Creator. ByuN does threaten the drop. Does threaten. Creator in position, takes down the medevac. Nice pickup. Gets one and should get the other as well. You can see ByuN specifically targeting down as many Stalkers as he can. He gets a Stalker, gets one, gets 2 more. Oh my god. Yeah, very efficient trade here from ByuN, considering he was going to lose everything anyway. Does focus down as many Stalkers as he can. So from here, ByuN building up. He's building up. Likewise, Creator, he's got his Colossus. How many so far? 3? Jesus, okay. 3 Colossus. Getting a 4th. ByuN without any tanks behind this. Oh, it's going to be a tough hold here for ByuN. Creator getting another expansion. Ghosts are on the way, but he needs those ghosts sooner rather than later. Vikings have arrived, okay. He's got a handful of Vikings. Does have the ghosts. EMPs available. And now suddenly with Vikings, suddenly with EMPs, a brutal EMP as well. Cashes out most of the army. Colossus are exposed. Vikings, they bully them back. They get a Colossus. Yeah, 1 Colossus goes down already. Okay, Grady just cannot engage. Yo, who needs tanks when you have Vikings and EMPs? True. From here, Grady pulls away. Pulls away. Getting his 4th base. Creator trying to catch up. And we did speak earlier that with the 2-base versus 2-base setup, ByuN was ahead economically. And are now getting further ahead. Is moving in. Joining the main army. So far it doesn't quite commit. Disruptors building up. The game is slowing down. Both armies are going to max. As we look to max out, especially with the additional disruptors and suddenly Creator, he does have a little bit more to work with. But we'll see. We're still just fighting for map control. We can take a moment. We can take a moment to breathe. When it comes to Creator, unfortunately, like his splash damage is quite lacking. The supply does lie. Even though Creator has a comparable army size here, he is heavily reliant on Zealot. He only has 2 disruptors. He has no Storm, so he has limited splash damage, limited spellcasters available to him. So we have to favor ByuN's composition overall. Upgrades are nice for Creator. I mean, he's getting to +3. That will help. But ByuN now is taking up into what? Into the Fusion Core. Fusion Core's on the way. That won't be for BCs, unfortunately. That will be for Liberator range, for that Liberator tech switch. As the anti-air is very limited here for Creator. Yeah, some Blink Stalkers. Liberators, they can excel. I also appreciate, again, we did mention this previously, how a lot of the Korean Terrans have been embracing a lot more 2-base play and 2-base all-ins. That is not as applicable to ByuN. ByuN less so than Maru and Kyor and Bunny. And has been playing more standard, more macro. Which is a breath of fresh air. Creator going for a ninja expansion. Oh my god, okay. Does go for bottom right. Bold move. ByuN is moving in. Does move in, never goes up, doesn't quite connect. Vikings, they just shut down the Colossus, they go down instantly. In 1, 2, all 3 Colossus did fall. And again, the Crown Army can't really do much. There's now another Colossus coming in. But that's what the Vikings are for. Ooh, one more volley. But alas, they're so close. He wants it. Oh my god, does get it as well. Takes down the final Colossus. How many disruptions do we have? 6. Never's going up. Notice a pop-up, but alas, Creator, he just can't quite engage. Not like this. ByuN rotating over, takes down the third. Liberator production has begun, making 4 Liberators at a time. We have Liberator range as well. Creator, he now has Storm. That will help, somewhat at least. And ByuN, he still plays it safe. He just backs off. He's like, you know what? I don't need to push into you. I'm good. I'm gonna just back off, build up. Creator, he is getting away with that hidden base. In a sense, it's slowly getting up and running. And saturating. And Creator, we're trying to take him in towards Skytoss. Fleet Beacon's on the way into Skytoss. It's a ways away. It's going to be a ways away here. Likewise, he only has 2 Templar as well. Scan reveals the Fleet Beacon. ByuN, he sees everything. It's getting ready. We have +2 ship weapons. Getting into +2. He can now start working towards Vikings once again. I mean, they're already Colossus, so there's reason for it. There we go, we have the first 10% production. I mean, Creator, he's refining his army, and going into Skytoss would be ideal, but he needs time to get there, is the problem. There it is. They graze the army. Stasis is spotted. Oh, despite that, we'll take a Stasis to the face. Not bad. Stasis does go off. Ooh. Lose the Disruptor. Disruptor goes down. ByuN stimming in. Takes down 2 of those cannons. We had the attempted Solar Rambai, but I'm not able to achieve much damage. Just see ByuN moving in. Going for the EMP. Oof, the EMP does connect. Never will as well. Not bad. ByuN just push forward, does take a Storm to the face. Yeah, Storm does pop up. The army's overstimmed, getting very low. As in comes another Storm. And ByuN bleeds out a lot of supply. Has to pull away. A bit of a messy engage here from ByuN. Ephemeria pulls back. Creator takes a fight. Not bad. And now he's pushing. Now he does push. ByuN building up back home, bleeding out a lot of units here. Make a stand. And again, now that Tempests have arrived, now this is the answer to all things Terran, to Liberators more importantly, to those Liberators. So Tempests, they can get free damage here as long as they're careful. Oh, speaking of it. Decent Neva. There we go, we can see ByuN making 8 Vikings at a time. Creator, he rotates. He has a bank. I was concerned that he wouldn't make it to Skytoss, but he got there. He did get there in the end. So a solid Tempest count is up to 6. That's all he needs. 6 Tempest and then ground support. EMP goes off. Vikings, they will take a Storm to the face. Yeah, Storms are popping off. And Stalker's in position as well. Very nice setup here by Creator. Very nice. Well, ByuN cannot engage, not into this cliff face, not like this. ByuN is in trouble. Planetary goes down. We'll lose the Planetary. We'll lose the Vikings as well. ByuN down to 1 Viking. Oh, he overextends. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol here. The medevacs, they get thrown away. Yeah, a lot of mistakes all at once here for ByuN. And Creator, he has momentum. Does have momentum. Gets on the Liberator. He goes up. Despite that, Creator, he does not push into Liberation Zones. Still playing it very careful. And again, ByuN, he can't really chase this. He's trying though. As he needs those Vikings. Without them, he can't engage. Likewise, Creator, of course, enjoying that ninja base. Still in 6 Tempest. Takes down more Liberators. Gets the Viking. Takes down the Viking as well. Oh my god, massive Nova, massive Storm as well. And ByuN taking everything to the face. Another Nova goes up, and Creator, he has done a heal breakthrough with Snowball control. GG gets called, and Creator, he will claim the fight. He will fight back, putting a point on the board. Whew, GG. GG, well played, Creator. He had a shaky mid-game, very shaky, where he was losing fights, he was losing bases, he was in a rough position, but he was able to tech up into Sky Toss. He was able to get away with it, get into the Fleet Beacon, into the Stargates, into Tempest production, and suddenly you saw the momentum swing in favor of Creator. Likewise, ByuN also overextended, pushing into the third base of Creator towards the end of the game. Did overextend, did bleed out a lot of supply, trying to push in and trying to look to be like trade and get on top of the Colossus. Wasn't quite worth it. Wasn't worth it there. As we are getting into our next game, as we're getting into game number 4, let's go. Here we go. Here we go. We're now getting to the next game. Getting into our next setup. And it looks like we're going to be joined by the mainstream. Let's go. The mainstream will be joining. Looks like they wrapped up with Zoun versus Cure. So they are joining us. Oh, shout out to Pig, El Chanjito. Shout out to Steadfast as well. As we're getting into our next game. Also, I do have an update. Here when it comes to the future matches. We have confirmation that the mainstream are going to be covering the tiebreaker match. So after this series, right now we are alongside the mainstream, we're covering ByuN versus Creator. After this series, the mainstream will be following the loser of this series into the tiebreaker match. We are going to be following the winner of this series into the next round, into Ryung. Into the Ryung match. So that's how we're kind of splitting up. That's how we are splitting up. That is the plan. But here we go. We're all coming together. Let's go. Here we go. Tempest so bad versus Vikings. They are bad against Vikings. That's why you kill the Vikings. That's why you have support like Stalker support, Storm support as well. We saw that even though ByuN was setting up, even though ByuN was trying to go into his own Vikings and trying to engage, at times he was overextending. That's why I was giving praise to Creator in his Stalker movement. He was doing a great job at protecting his Tempest, at zoning away and focusing down those Vikings, at keeping the Viking count low and allowing the Tempest to overwhelm, and to wreak havoc. GG. GG, well played. Again, like it was a really rough start for Creator, but for him to bring it back, to bring it home, was impressive. Of course, the ninja base did play its part. Not the biggest of roles, like it never got fully saturated, but it was still helping nonetheless. Still helping, was still assisting. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Let's go. Here we go. We are getting into game number 4, and we'll see how this story ends. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Alkazia Esports. It is Creator. We go. We go. See in the chat, you should skip the last match Nav did or something. You make some funny jokes, Pap. You make some fun. Nah. We have to cast everything, Pap. You have to cast everything. There was one series that we didn't cast. If you remember, we didn't cast Australia versus Trigger, the qualifying match for the Americas qualifier. And that was only because I had to sleep, and I had to get some sleep before the Korea qualifier. That was the only time that we didn't get to cast one of the matches. But nah, we gotta go all the way, Pap. Gotta go all the way. We'll be fine. Let's go. Economic opener. Racks expand here by ByuN. Likewise, Creator going for his own standard opener as well. Again, I can't really attest as to what happened in the first 2 games of the series, but here coming into game number 3, ByuN, he had a lot of early game map control. He was very aggressive, very assertive. It was very impressive to see ByuN pop in and pick off some workers and pick off the pylon, delay blink. ByuN was very active, very aggressive. And if you remember, we were giving praise to ByuN for being very reserved with his follow-up as well. But this is where maybe he could have doubled down and been more aggressive. There were moments where ByuN was winning fights, winning engagements early on, but wasn't pressing that advantage. He wasn't pushing out. He wasn't trying to get any further damage. He wasn't being as aggressive as he otherwise could have been. And it did allow Creator to eventually recover and eventually bounce back in that game. So it does feel like it did kind of hurt ByuN in a sense, despite his lead early on. But we'll see. We'll see how our players do adjust. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is, of course, one of the larger maps in that pool. A long rush distance by ground, more defendable bases as well. So we could be here for a while. we could be here for quite some time. Aye. As ByuN is getting into his own 1-1-1 setup. Likewise, Blink is on the way from Creator. Working towards Blink, throwing down his extra gateways. I believe going into a 2-gate Blink setup so far. Yeah, just 2 gates. Hellion Scout is denied. And Creator is going for a more economic start. From the side of ByuN, drop play. Medevac is on the way. Cyclone as well. We're going for the Marine drop, and the Cyclone can support from the ground. Let's go. If you recall, we saw something similar in the last game on ley lines, where ByuN was able to go for the pylon and able to depower the Twilight Council. We'll see if we can pull the same thing off again, as the pylon is once again exposed. This time though, ByuN headed towards the natural, and the Cyclone is a ways away. So here we go. Drops into the main base. Likewise, zones away the Stalkers. Nice positioning here by ByuN. Cyclone coming in from behind. And does get 1, does get 2 Stalkers. Oh, 2 Stalkers go down. Boys being pulled. Probes going to be targeted as well. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Every Stalker's falling. Brutal pickoffs. That's 4 Stalker kills. There's 1 Stalker left. The lock on. Oh, Cyclone does lock on. Going for the Stalker. And the Stalker will barely get away, but GG gets called. This is game-ending damage, and ByuN, he'll pop off with the first push. And ByuN, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, ByuN with sheer micro and control, they're able to get behind the middle line, target down those stalkers, come in from behind as well with the cyclone, also focus on those stalkers as well. And unfortunately, no safety shield battery. There was no safety shield battery at the natural. You don't always have to get one. You know, you can get it, you can skip it. Of course, here in skipping it, so we weren't quite expecting ByuN to be that aggressive and that assertive. And alas, Creator, he was punished for it in the end. With that, he lost control of the natural, lost control of the game. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Creator for making a series out of it and winning that last game, getting into the late game, but alas, here, ByuN went for the kill, and it's not like he was all in. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he was transitioning back at home, he was building up, he was working on the next step. That wasn't designed to end the game, but there was the opportunity to end the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here. ByuN, he will advance on to the next round. And with that, we have our next matches ready for us. So I mentioned this earlier, here as we set things up, but the mainstream are going to be following Creator. He gets knocked down to face off against GuMiho. So if you are a Seoul esports fan, an SAUL esports fan, then head on over to the mainstream, because the mainstream, they have you covered with GuMiho versus Creator. That is going to be a tiebreaker match to determine who makes it into the global qualifier for another chance at EWC. Meanwhile, we are going to be following ByuN into his TVT series versus Ryung. ByuN versus Ryung. God, every time it's hard to cast them because of the names. Yes, ByuN versus Ryung, they're going to be facing off as we speak. They're going to be getting ready and facing off in the lower bracket semifinals. The winner will face off against Cure for a final qualifying match. Oh boy. So we do have our next series ready for us. Videos are underway, and we'll be jumping into another TVT. And we have non-stop TVTs here to be expected. Again, this is a more Terran heavy region, more so than others. Here we go. As we may as well catch up with the bracket. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. The bracket has been updated. And here we go. From the top, Zoun. Crazy result here, but Zoun, he does take down Rogue 3-1, ByuN 3-1, and Cure 4-2. So Zoun, he's the first player to qualify for the EWC out of this Korean closed qualifier. So congratulations to Zoun. Scrolling down, we have, of course, we covered Ryung. Ryung took down GuMiho. ByuN just took down Creator, just took him down at 3-1. That means that up next, as you can see here, it's already updated. We have GuMiho versus Creator. That's going to be in the mainstream, and we have Ryung versus ByuN. That's going to be here on our stream instead, on the Ducklings stream. Let's go on the Ducklings stream. So we're going to be covering Ryung versus ByuN, and then that leads into Cure. Non-stop TVTs. Let's go, Bappy. Let's go. We casted some TVPs earlier, at least. We did cast some Terran versus Protoss. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But for now, our players are getting ready, and that is going to be our next matchup. Ryung versus ByuN. So with that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next best of 5. After that best of 5, depending on how things line up, we will either be jumping in mid-series into Cure versus Creator, or we'll be following that into GuMiho versus Creator. We might jump in mid-series if we're a little bit faster, if they're a little bit slower. Otherwise, we're going to be following that into Cure. That'll be the plan. That'll be the plan here for the stream. And then that leads into the European qualifier, which is like in 2 hours, I think, right? Like two and a half hours time. The next 2 series should be around 2 hours. A best of 5 and a best of 7, that on average, that's around like 2 hours. So by the time we wrap up this, we'll bam, straight into Europa. Straight on it. But for now, though, again, we're going to be going on that short break. We'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes for our next series. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the EWC Esports World Cup 2025 Korea Closed Qualifier. Yeah, it's been an intense broadcast so far. I think we expect an average of 6 hours, and we are almost at 5. We are nearing the end of the qualifier. We still have this match and then one qualifying match thereafter. We're getting there. For now, though, we have another TBT, and spawning in the top right hand corner here of Leylines, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into a TBT. And we have had a long history between both Ryung and ByuN. It can at times be a nightmare casting them just because of the similarity of their names. Not as bad as ByuN and Bunny. I will say that. I've said ByuNy too many times actually. God damn it. But there's a history, there is a back and forth history between the two players, and what I will say, they often do go back and forth. ByuN has a very unique style of TVT. We've seen a lot of mech. We've seen a lot of mech here tonight from Cure, from Ryung, from GuMiho. ByuN is one that rarely goes mech in TVT, and more often he does prioritize stim and goes for a really heavy marine heavy style, really heavy bio heavy style instead. Something more active, more flexible, very drop heavy, and it's a lot of fun. What I will say though is that Ryung, he's known for this. He's known for this, and Ryung, he's one that does often keep up with him and can shut him down as well. So we have this back and forth dynamic here, and we'll see how they do fare off against each other. For now, though, we're settling in so far. Economic opener out of ByuN, economic opener out of Ryung as well. Ranks expand all around. Let's go. We have our initial rank expands. Likewise from here, we are building up. And yet to really get into any meaningful deviation of tech yet. We're getting there, of course. Getting there. So far, we are still mirroring each other. We do see ByuN playing safe, going for the safety bunker on the low ground. Likewise, no bunker out of Ryung. So Ryung, he's going to be cutting some corners here, and as a result, it's going to be a little bit more efficient. Slightly more. Go. So now we are going to be setting up. We do have our initial 1-1-1 follow-ups here from our two players. Again, we do expect to see a faster stim out of ByuN, but ByuN is also one to play standard bio tank as well. He's not one that solely plays this more marine heavy style. He can mix it up. Is what makes him dangerous is that he's willing to be more diverse. Not diverse enough to maybe play mech, but everything else is on the table. Everything else. Oh, the chat's catching up. Yes, I'm a big fan of ByuNy. Big fan. God damn. ByuNy. As Raven production has begun, get our Ravens. So far, a bit of a slower start. A bit of a slower start here for our two players. Tech Labs are on the factory and Starport for both players as well. Third CC. I mean, we are just mirroring each other completely. Yeah, just the same opener, same build. Third CC on the way for both ByuN and Ryung. Both players are keeping up. So far, going for the same approach. With this, we're not going for any early drop play, and we're not going for any early move outs. Right now, we're just focusing on our own setups. And not to be confused with ByuN, who's also a different Korean Terran player. Oh no, not like this. He was on a CJ Entis, for those that remember, back in Heart of the Swarm. He was the CJ Entis, like TVT Ace, or sorry, Terran Ace, I should say. Oh. As Ryung does overextend, runs into 2 Cyclones, and with that, Ryung has to get the hell out of here. He will lose this fight, as he will lose his entire force. Not the biggest of losses here for Ryung, just a Reaper, a Hellion, and a Cyclone. The Cyclone is the most brutal loss there, so we'll lose the Cyclone. So far, we have Stim on the way for both players once again. No one is playing mech. We're still keeping up. I mean, sure, Ryung did lose one of his Cyclones, true. Does hurt. Speaking of, ByuN moving in. ByuN does move in. Does threaten the third. Army's in position. Can't quite commit. Like this. And so far, we've cast a lot of TVTs tonight, okay? We've cast a lot of Cure, GuMiho, Ryung as well. We've cast a lot of TV. This is the most passive game that we've had so far. That's just because both players are doing the exact same thing. So, like, because of that, like, no one's, like, being active, no one's moving out. I say that ByuN does, sorry, yeah, ByuN does find a medevac. He's getting caught out. Brings this him in. And Cyclones, they finally caught out, but they had paid for themselves. Like, for them to catch the medevac, then to catch the earlier Cyclone and gain map control, that was a nice start for ByuN. Now he does push out, unscouted. Ryung has no idea. Ryung, he has no idea where the army is. He's moving out towards the top side with the drop. Disables are ready. But ByuN doesn't quite commit. Dropping into the main. The turrets are ready. Yeah, turret's barely not ready, but doesn't quite commit. Ravens are keeping up. Ravens will deflect. So far, so good. So players are keeping up with each other. Ryung now gets a 4th. So is ByuN. Both players get their 4th bases. ByuN is on location. As Ryung moves down, ByuN is ready for a counterattack, but he gets spotted. Yeah, he gets spotted here by the sensor tower. Ryung is aware. ByuN has to pull away. Does pull back. Main armies have not seen each other. Drop into the natural. And ByuN, he almost runs in. He almost runs into the army. Yeah, it does get caught out. Mizar goes up. ByuN the first siege. And tanks are somewhat exposed. Yeah, messy engage, a messy fight. Ooh. Armies are forced back. And ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold, he does defend. When it came to the trades here, ooh, Ryung did lose 3 tanks in total. Yeah, brutal losses. ByuN does take a tank lead. Mass disable though. Nice catch. Very nice catch. Every tank is going to go down. Nicely done. Ryung, he shuts down ByuN, forces him back. At least the Ravens did survive. Ravens, they made it out for both players. But we do have our back and forth. Again, Ryung, he's known for his positional play, like more so than anyone else. So nice setup. That's also why Ryung's specialty is CVT. Is that TVT sniper. So far as keeping it with ByuN. ByuN rotating over. Ryung, he does have an active force out of the map, going for the planetary. Oh. Vikings have arrived. They will zone away. Yeah, Ravens, they cannot push through without all charges get thrown down. Going for the planetary. Can he focus down in time? Now that Master Rare is coming in, but the repairs are not good enough. And the planetary goes down. Massive pickup. ByuN racing back. ByuN losing tanks, losing the planetary, losing SCVs. ByuN in a rough position. And again, the Ravens are one shot away from going down as well. As Ryung is not done. Ryung going to keep dropping. Oh, we'll run some medevacs into the army. So nice little pick up there from ByuN. Likewise, no turrets. Ooh, no turrets in the main. And ByuN, he does often skip turrets, as he often has map control instead. Often, but not always. As here comes that drop. Drop does unload, gets into the middle line. SCV is going to be going down. Going for the armory. Nicely done. Denies +2. Oh, Dust and I. Meanwhile, the main army's doing cage. ByuN stimming in, takes down the tanks. Yeah, takes down all 4 tanks. ByuN not able to commit. Also, I am struggling here. If I start lagging out for the players, then I will leave the game. Suddenly my ping just shot up. Yeah, it did shoot up. So I'm more than happy to leave if this becomes an issue. It's going back down. Oh no. Nah, never mind. Okay. I will leave. So it's unfortunate. I mean, our ping has been fine the entire day. Yeah, I'll leave the game. Our ping has been fine the entire day. For those that are curious, I'm using a VPN, but it looks like maybe the node that I'm connected to is not working, or maybe it's just BattleNet dying on me. I don't know. The stream is fine, as you can see. Stream is fine. Just our connection to BNet just died. So that's not good. But an intense CVT is unfolding. I am going to disconnect my VPN and connect to a different node instead, and hopefully that will solve the issues. We'll connect to a different node. But I do apologize. Again, everything's been fine up until this moment, and as you can see, like, our internet's fine. It's just specifically our connection to the BattleNet servers. So we're going to be going on a break. Going to be going on a short break. Best of luck to ByuN and Ryung as they are battling it out in that first game, and we will be joining game 2. I'm going to just have to reconnect with my VPN to a different node, and everything should be fine. So I do apologize. Like, it's a solid game. It's very close, very back and forth. Honestly, that can go either way. That game can go either way. But it is going to play out without us. So we'll be back. We'll be back with game 2 after the break. Do apologize. But like, I what can I do? It's out of my control. So we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And oh my god, that is the clean feed. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, the EWC 2025 Korea Closer Qualifier. I'm of course your host, Live VIP, and it has been a shaky time for us. Unfortunately, we missed out on game one. Unfortunately, we missed out on the conclusion of game one, as unfortunately our connection to the Korean server did die. Our stream was fine, our connection to Twitch was fine, but to Battle.net was shaky. But we are jumping in. We're jumping into our second game of this best of 5 series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Qualifier Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran himself. For Team Vitality, it is Ryung. And game one lasted half an hour. it was a 30, I say 30 minutes, it was like 28 minutes. It was like a 28-minute game on ley lines. Of course, it was back and forth, very intense, and in the end, bam, ByuN took the game. In the end, ByuN does take the game. He does take a lead in the series. And with that, we're now getting into game 2. Of course, best of 5, this can go either way. And hey, again, Ryung, he did go the distance, go into the late game against ByuN. In the end, ByuN was able to take it, but now we're here to get another 30-minute game, because we're loading into Ultra Love, and Ultra Love is known at times for longer game states. Oh boy, let's go. Oh, meanwhile, 2x Reaper here out of ByuN. Ryung, he does go up the ramp, and he will go further into the main. He will scatter, he will check, he will confirm, and oh, he doesn't quite get eyes on the rack, so incomplete information. Back at home, economic opener here out of Ryung does go for a racks expand into a later factory, which means ByuN, he can pop off. He can pop off with this. Ideally, he wants to delay the CC. Ideally, he wants to try to cash out the army as well, as he would have an abundance of Reapers to work with. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into our next game, SCV does go down, picks off the first worker. Likewise, Marine has arrived, takes down the SCV. So far, Ryung, oh, we'll lose a Reaper. Reaper goes down as well, brutal pickup. ByuN, he will pull away, get the most damage he can on that Marine. And behind this, I mean, we have yet to really confirm how many Reapers there are. There we go, second Reaper has arrived. Ryung is unaware, no bunker. Yeah, no bunker, no setup. Second Reaper shows up, and Ryung, he'll lose a Marines. He'll lose 1, 2 Marines. The CC is going to be late. GG gets called. Too many losses too quickly here. And before we can really sink our teeth into it, ByuN, he will take it number 2. And we have a 2-0 lead for ByuN. After that 30-minute game, ByuN, he was like, enough. He's like, yeah, I'm not getting locked into another late game with you. No shot, mate. No shot. Ends it real fast and real quick. Again, unfortunately, we did have an economic opener out of Ryung. Unfortunately, he did lose his first Reaper. That was almost game then and there. Losing the first Reaper, losing the first couple of units before we can really get things going. It was a brutal start. Everything just snowballed out of control. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. We're loading into Pylon for that third game. Let's go. Let us go. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. 안녕하세요. Yes, 안녕하세요, baby. 안녕하세요. Here we go. As we are getting into our next game, as we are getting into game 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Qualifier Rebellion, leading the series 2-0 with a very fast game 2. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It's the Tuna Terran himself. Can he bounce back? Can he make a series out of this? It is Ryung. Here we go. As again, we do open up, we calm things down. We're loading into Pylon. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Short rush distance by ground, a very accessible natural and third base as well. So we do often see a lot of aggressive builds here on Pylon. We'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if that trend does continue as we are getting into our next game. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Yes, good evening. As so far, he's doing the same thing. Once again, going for the same build, going for the same follow-up. It is going to be a 2x Reaper setup here from ByuN. Does open up 2x Reaper for the second time. Meanwhile, Ryung double gas. This time, safer build. So double gas opener, what does this mean? This means a faster factory, as you can see here. It means a later expansion and now a faster Hellion. So unlike the previous game, Ryung, he shouldn't just topple over. At this point, there is going to be more safety measures here to keep him alive and to maintain himself on these bases when it comes to his Reapers, when it comes to his Hellions as well. So Ryung should be okay. I say should be okay. There's still obviously potential for ByuN to out control, to catch the first Reaper, to get out of hand and to snowball out of control and to claim a win. There is still a chance for that to happen, but now that's a lower chance now that Ryung is going for the faster factory. Here we go. As, oh my god, as Reapers, they do engage. You do see ByuN does barely pull away in time. Second Reaper has arrived for both players. Oh, Ryung does. Ryung, he's going to be forced back. ByuN does shoot first. Yeah, ByuN shoots first. ByuN takes down the CC. He will delay the expansion. Will delay. Catching at the SCV. As Hellions are amassing. ByuN's still in position. So again, going for the command center. Zoning back his opponent. Oh, and again, now with the help of the Hellion, we should be able to break out. Ryung does trade 1-to-1. And ByuN does respect that Hellion. Does pull away. Second Hellion has arrived. And Ryung holds. Ryung does hold. And again, because those Hellions, because the faster factory, like we have a much easier time defending here back at home. Does hold, does defend. ByuN retreats. And now we build up. We're getting into a longer game state. This time the game will not end suddenly. Not like last time. So do pick up another SCV. Yo, I see random champion stepping in and helping out when it comes to introducing some of the other viewers to StarCraft. I appreciate it. Always remember, the soup does lie. Always, always remember. As Cyclone does break out, so with that Ryung, he does break out of his natural, does break the contain. CC finally does complete, but ByuN's his is already done, so ByuN does take an economic lead. ByuN, he's ahead economically, he's up in workers. Meanwhile, Ryung, he does break out. Does break out across the map. ByuN is holding on. As Ryung is looking for another way in. Pushing into that natural. But he cannot quite commit. And he does overextend. Hopefully they got a couple of units. ByuN, he wants that medevac. Gets a lock on. Yeah, it does get the lock on. Medevac takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Alas, Ryung does reinforce. Nice lock on as well. They counter lock on even. And Ryung is not going to stop. He's just going to keep pushing. We're going to send it. Does move in. Does get ahead of time. Does see there's only one Cyclone. And Ryung, he wants it. And it looks like he will barely not get it. Boys are being pulled. SCV is going to be going down. The tank has arrived. Without the tank, ByuN should hold. But again, a messy game state here. As Ryung, he's still rallying. He knows there's an opportunity. As he gets another SCV, pulls away. Behind his third CC on the way for both players, ByuN and Ryung. Ryung's going to be on location, but much later. And we're building up. We're calming down again. It was a pretty intense couple of moments here in the early game, but we're now calming down. We're building up, getting to our third bases. We have additional Raxes here out of Ryung going into ByuN. Likewise, ByuN doing the same. So we do get into Stim. When it comes to our divergence here, we do see that Ryung is going into Raven production, going into a third Raven alongside Interference Matrix. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, prioritizing Stim, going into more heavy Marine composition instead. Going to Stim, more Marines, double eBay, double upgrades for that Bio army. Let's go. and hopefully everything's okay. Oh, I mean, again, everything was fine up until this moment where it does seem like our connection to the Korean server is struggling once again. Not as bad as last time, but is struggling a little bit. Last game I ping shot up to 1,000. Here I'm on 300, 400. Oh god, what's happening? What's happening to the Korean server? What's yeah. I'll leave the game. I'll leave the game. I'm oh, it's so sad. We were fine up until now, but yeah, I'm struggling to stay connected here. So for those that are curious, suddenly randomly I just shot up to 1,000 ping in game. I shot up to 1,000. I'm connected to a different node as well on my VPN, but it's not helping. It's not helping here. So because of that, I think we might just unfortunately I think we might just call it. I guess I could wait and see if there's another game, right? If we have a game 4, but yeah, smurge, puppy, smurge. So we can still keep casting, of course. We can still use the clean feed. So the clean feed is live, and we can cover matches there. But I'm struggling to stay connected in game. I don't know what's happening, but I just cannot connect in game. Jesus. So I'll keep an eye open for what's happening there at least. Otherwise, let's cover GuMiho and Creator. Otherwise, let's jump in. Tiebreaker. Alkadzie Esports. Beautiful. Okay, feels bad, man. I do apologize. But the Korean server is not friendly tonight. I mean, I say that we were fine up until now. Like the entire stream has been smooth up until this point, so it's a bit of a feels bad, man. I even switched nodes with my VPN and it didn't help. But we may as well follow what has been going on over on the tiebreaker match. Here we go. So we do have permission. We do have permission to cover the clean feed. So bam, we have our clean feed available. And we are jumping into game number 2. Creator, he's up 1-0. Now, if you were watching over on another monitor or another window, let us know. Let us know what happened over in game 1 between Creator and GuMiho. Right now, we're jumping into game 2, and so far we do have our initial openers. We have our 1-1-1 setup here at GuMiho. I believe Creator did open up Twilight Council into Blink, and GuMiho starts things off with the initial drop play. Okay, the medevac does move out across the map. Out on top, Tech Lab on the starport. Do we go Raven? The answer is yes. It is going to be a Raven follow-up here, and we'll see if GuMiho can pull apart the attention of Creator. We have a Cyclone on the right. We have the drop into the left. So this is going to be multi-pronged aggression here out of GuMiho. He's going to move in. Drop does hit the main. It does hit the main base. Cyclone is deflected. As the medevac even goes down, GuMiho is going to be trapped here. He has to commit, and the Marines are being cleaned up. Creator, he will shut down the fire, shut down the Marines, and with that Creator, he will hold. So a nice defense here by Creator. He does hold on. Behind this, we did notice that Tech Lab on the starport. It was initially for a Raven, now into Cloak Banshee. This is going to be quite committed here by GuMiho, and this needs to get damage done. Right now, GuMiho is a little bit more desperate for damage, so committing into those Banshees. Meanwhile, Creator pushing on the right-hand side. Prism is on the way. I believe he has a 3-gate blink setup. I believe it's 3-gate blink into Gases, not into Colossus, into Storm. Ooh, Storm as a follow-up for Creator. But Stalkers are moving out. They do move out. They do hit the natural. the natural. Likewise, rotating into the main. Do we have a tank in position? We do, but it's a little bit further back. Ooh, it does dive in. Yeah, massive shots going up. Going for the Raven. Going for the tank as well, but this is not too worth it here. Oh my god, Cradle losing everything. The tank survives. The Raven survives. Crater, he was a little bit indecisive, and again, blinking up the ramp was not the play. Crater holds. Crater doesn't just hold, he shuts down the main army. Again, just pointing out that the tank did live. So did the Raven. Crater, his attention was a little bit split there. And suddenly GuMiho does it, or he's in a better position here, and now does take a lead. Crater looking for another way in. I believe in the midst of all that, I'm not too certain if Cloak did complete. And if we allowed the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, Banshees did survive. And moving out, they have Cloak. So we have the Banshee hit squad on the right-hand side. Remember, Banshees, they can one-shot probes. Two of them, I mean. Two Banshees. So he's headed towards the third. At the same time, Creator, he's now lacking a map presence. Doesn't have too much to work with.
Research complete.
Let's see, we got the Banshees that do hit the third. Do we have any detection, by the way? Yeah, probes are getting one-shots. There we go, observers on the way. There's a recall. Does recall the observer. There is detection. But despite that, 4, 5. So it'll be 6 probes going down. Nice damage. Likewise, getting to 6. Getting to 6 probe kills. Not bad. Forcing Creator back home. As Creator's forced back home, GuMiho, he expands. Will take his third. Stim is on the way, +1, combat shields. GuMiho building up back at home. Get into his bio. And I believe Storm is now complete. So Storm is done for Creator. Now getting to charge, +1. Banshees, they will escape. And these have been a good couple of moments here for GuMiho. He defended back at home. He also harassed across the map. GuMiho does find the observer. Does find the observer. Likewise, Ghost Academy's on the way. 4th CC as well. GuMiho just building up, turtling up, and getting into a longer game state. We have Creator now diversifying his splash damage. He has Storm, yes, that's true, but now working towards Colossus. The Bay is on the way. Colossus on the horizon. As the game is slowing down. Both armies are building up. You see GuMiho starting up his Viking production to help deal with those Colossus. Second starport's on the way for Mass Viking. It's going to be crucial. Creator poking in. Right, for those that are curious, I do see some people asking in the chat, this is a tiebreaker match. This is actually pretty crucial here. Both players are fighting for a spot for EWC. They're fighting for, sorry, I say spot for EWC. They're fighting for a spot in the global qualifier, which is another chance to qualify for the Esports World Cup. So this is a tiebreaker to determine which of the two will be invited to the global qualifier. Otherwise, they would have to go through GSL, right? Like GSL does give another qualifying spot. Star Zagora, of course, does give a qualifying spot. But there's a much lower chance for you to make it through those events, as they are a little more stacked. So there's a lot riding on this to make it into that main event, into the World Finals. Which is a little bit sad, like in the sense that both GuMiho and Creator, they're both amazing players. I'd love to see them both a part of it. Both deserving to be at the Esports World Cup. as Creator does expand on the right hand side, going for the gold. Creator gaining map control. And GuMiho himself still just building up. There we go, now breaking out. Forcing back the army. We'll see if Creator checks for the gold. Yeah, there we go. He does confirm. Does spot the gold base. Stims in. Should force a cancel. And there it is. Does deny. Nicely done. Again, he cannot just allow Creator to get whatever he wants, to take all these bases. GuMiho pushing down the right hand side. Creator, he can try to come in from behind. Uh-oh. GuMiho in an awkward position. Nice feedbacks. Feedback on the Raven. Ooh, storming the ByuN army, and GuMiho is trapped. Yeah, he is trapped. Creator, he's coming in. GuMiho can't recall. He's here in the corner of the map. And Creator with a surround. He comes in from both angles, from both sides. Tanks, they do fall, and Creator, GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Colossus, they go ham, and GuMiho, he will lose everything. Oh my god, brutal storms. Yeah, there's no way out of this. Again, it was a bait, it was a trap to go into the corner of the map. Does get the base, does get the mineral line, but he will lose the army. That's what's important here. Oh, nice pick up. Banshees, they get a Colossus, but you can see here the supply plummets for GuMiho. And now it's go time for Creator. Like, GuMiho denying the gold base was fine. It was beautiful. It was solid. But then it kept going. Unfortunately, he was just unaware that Creator was also behind him. So he was trapped. There was no way out of that. And now Creator coming in for the kill. He does have momentum. Now's the time. And GG gets called. A Creator, he will take game number 2 and take a 2-0 lead. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Creator, he will take that 2-0 lead here. Now, as a reminder, best of 5. It is a best of 5. Creator needs one more win here to make it into that global qualifier. GuMiho has to fight back here and now to recover, to bounce back, and to have a chance at an ace match. The pressure is on GuMiho. Now, it is not impossible to win a series from behind 2-0 and have that comeback, have that reverse sweep. It is possible. We've seen it before. But the pressure is on. Pressure is on GuMiho. What if the real TVT was the friends you made along the way? True, true. Ryung versus ByuN, where unfortunately, just to reiterate for those that are now tuning in, we were covering ByuN versus Ryung, but for whatever reason, we could not stay connected to the Korean server twice. We lagged out twice, which is crazy. We lagged out twice. It's hard to say why, but we just could not stay connected. So I don't want to bother the players by like joining again and joining another game and then lagging out. I don't want to put them through that. So we'll just be covering the other match, covering GuMiho. Oh, and here we go. We're jumping in the top right hand corner here. We do have a Creator for Al-Qadsia Esports. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, with the red Terran himself for S8UL Esports. It is GuMiho. There we go. As we are getting into our next game. It's a game 3. Again, Creator, he needs one more game with Amas to claim the series. Meanwhile, GuMiho has to fight back here and now to start the comeback. Here we go. And again, just really rough movement from a GuMiho to get caught out in such a way, to get surrounded, to kind of get baited down that lane. As he was just trapped, like there was no way out of that. There was no way to escape. But here we go. From here, we do see GuMiho going for an economic start. Does go for a Rax expand. Creator, he did have a bit of a rougher series against ByuN earlier, but I appreciate that he has recovered. But here we go. Also, I just got an update. For those that are curious, ByuN and Ryung, they're going to game 4. Ryung did win game 3. And game 4 is going to be on Last Fantasy. Not like this. Like, they just invited me to the game, but I let them know that, like, I can't. Like, I get that. Like, I don't want to bother the players. Like, I don't want to impede their play or anything like that by lagging out again. But exciting to hear that they're playing on Last Fantasy. That's a treat. So best of luck to ByuN and Ryung. Best of luck. Meanwhile, though, we're going to be focusing, of course, on our PBT ahead of us. Focusing on our Protoss Cesarean. Do you have a GuMiho poking in? Behind this, going for the tech lab in the factory, going into his own Cyclone, into what looks to be early Marine drop into Cyclone push. We saw this push earlier in the last game from GuMiho. Went for the same move out. As GuMiho does catch the initial depth. Now he's pushing. He is sending it. Again, he went for the same opener last game. And I believe Creator, he should be somewhat aware. We have Stalkers in the main. We have a safety shield over here at the natural. Creator, he's ready. He's in position. Likewise, GuMiho boosting in. Yeah, it does boost in. Oh! Does threaten the Stalker. But alas, the shield battery is ready. We do have the warp and Creator, he will hold. He will hold on. Thankfully, GuMiho doesn't stick around. Does back off, does retreat. Behind this, tank production has begun. Building up his tank count, so we have Blink on the way. This is not just the same build, it's everything's the same here. GuMiho is going into Cloak Banshee again. So tank production and Cloak Banshee. Meanwhile, Creator moving out with a counterattack with Blink Stalkers. Yeah, so you see the Stalkers, they do head towards the natural. Oh, GuMiho will zone away. So far so good. Does zone. Cloak is now finishing up. And this time Creator, he doesn't double down. Oh, actually, Creator going into a much faster storm, and we just pull the boy. Let's go. We pull the boys. It's all or nothing for GuMiho. He's here to end the game one way or the other. Either he breaks Creator or he dies trying. And Creator, he's getting a third. He's taking into Storm, taking into Charge. Like, these are all upgrades that aren't really going to factor in. As now he confirms. Right now we need Warpins. There we go. Now the Immortal begins now. This is late. Late Immortal here by Creator. Late reaction, late response. Late Warpins. Yeah, tank shots going off. And Creator, he's in trouble. Creator, he's in trouble here. The pylon's under fire, and if that pylon goes down, that depowers the Robo. Will depower. Likewise, Creator trying to catch reinforcements, but instead, Creator, he gets caught instead. Stalkers are falling, and GuMiho, he will break the natural. The robe is depowered. Storm is done. But doesn't matter. Are there any High Templar? That's what we need to know. There it is. One High Templar morphing in. One, oh sorry, that was one Zealot even. Yeah, Lackwrex collapsing on the third. GuMiho pushing forward. Boys are being pulled. They get shut down by the tanks. And GuMiho, he is making a series out of this. There's that one Storm on a handful of SCVs. But GuMiho, he will not go down without a fight. He will not be 3-0'd. Not like this. Down goes the natural. Down goes the third base. Creator going to be stuck on a one-based economy. And GuMiho, he can just keep pushing. Or he can turn around. See what he goes for. Yeah, he scans over the ramp. Oof. Couple of stalkers, they take some tank shots to the face, and GuMiho, he just keeps going. Just keeps on going, just keeps on pushing. He's not done. At the same time, back at home, there's the bunker. There's the tank. GuMiho does pull the boys as well, and he holds. Yeah, he does hold back at home. And again, Creator was just so greedy. Unfortunately, he just missed the all-in. He missed it. Did miss it. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Whew. GG. Let's go. GuMiho, he does fight back here. Game 4 is going to be on Maganatha. Again, GuMiho, he did just send it, just committed. He pulled the boys. When it came to Creator's positioning, unfortunately, Stalkers were over towards the top side of the map, so he missed the main army moving out. He did eventually confirm what was happening, but by the time he did, it was already too late. He'd already invested into a third base, into Storm, into Charge. He was already just working on his economy. Because that, we saw that he only started the Immortal when the army was at his front door. It was such a late Immortal there for Creator. Without the Immortal, without that backbone to his army, he had nothing. He had nothing to defend. GG. GG, well played. And with that, GuMiho, he begins the comeback. And we'll see if he can continue the comeback as well. Oh boy. As again, up next is going to be Maganatha. And we'll see. We'll see if GuMiho can keep this up. Now, Maganatha, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool. I do favor Creator on a larger map, considering that I feel like he wants to get into the mid game. He wants to get into a longer game, typically. But you can still be cheeky on Maganatha. You can still like hide an all-in. You can still hide aggression and still catch your opponent being too greedy. Like, you don't want to be too complacent. Not against GuMiho. No shot. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing SA2L Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. Oh, the Blue Protoss player himself. We'll get there. Is the main stream good? Are we good? Am I crazy? Hold on. There we go. Might just be me here. Yeah, it might just be me. Because I think they should be fine on the mainstream. Yeah, they're fine on the mainstream. Oh, we are stepping into Maganatha. We'll refresh. remember I asked 11 hours ago if this was a rebroadcast. It's still going. Yeah. We keep going, Pat. We keep going. At least we try to. We do our best. We're limited by our bandwidth, apparently. Oh. Okay. We're good. We're back. Sorry, my connection to the clean feed was just a little bit shaky. A little bit shaky. There we go. We're back. Beautiful. We missed out on the opener initially. Looks like we're following it up. Ooh. Economic opener into a Widowmine drop. Okay. Meanwhile, the Adept say do type on top of the Reaper. Reaper is going to go down. The Hellion should trade with the Adept though. So with that, we have a bit of a back and forth. Hellion does get away. Yeah, it's all good. As the Adept does go down. Just in case, probably before the European broadcast, I'm probably just going to restart everything, like just to make sure everything's okay. I should be, but you know, I haven't turned this PC off in like a week through all these EWC qualifiers. So we'll get there. Meanwhile, okay, we do have the initial Widowmine drop opener. Widowmines are moving out across the map. It's going to be 4 mines in said medevac. Moving in. Likewise, Creator once again going for a blink-based opener. He's headed towards the main, and we'll see what he can get done. Does boost in. Boost into the main. Boys being pulled away. So far, good reaction. Up! Oh my no, he drags in! Oh no, he drags in! Creator! Don't like this. Don't like this. Oh no. Oh no. As that's going to be 11 probe kills. That should not have been 11. That should have been 4 at most. So very nice drop here out of GuMiho's. Creator had a bit of a late response and a late reaction. With that, GuMiho is able to calm down, take an economic lead, and settle in from there. The pressure now is on Creator to bounce back. The pressure is on. As Creator, he does break in. GuMiho does hold the line for the time being. Bunkers are finishing. Tanks get in position as well. Stim is on the way, +1. So far, GuMiho looking solid on 2 bases. And the Creator, he cannot quite break this. He knows it. Said Creator going to try to recover, reprobing, resaturating. Claiming his 3rd. GuMiho is not done harassing though. Raven's moving in. Oh. And does react in time. It's a quick reaction by GuMiho. Saves the Raven. Draw play continues. Getting to a 3rd. The PC needs a nap too. I'll be fine. Be fine. I think I will restart everything though before the EU broadcast. I'll get on it. EU cast meant to start in an hour and 20 minutes, by the way. Let's go. GuMiho is breaking out. Sorry, just making sure that everything's okay. But yeah, it does poke in. Again, no major damage here. We're just poking, we're just prodding. There's no major movement happening here. Just kind of vying for map control and threatening with drops. GuMiho claiming his third, and we're just embracing a longer game. Welcome to Magnatha. Magnatha known for longer game states, known for longer macro games as well. GuMiho not going for any kind of crazy all in this time. Not happening. GuMiho is pushing. Behind this did expand, but this can get some damage done here, as I believe Creator does not see the move out. He's not in position. Creator, he's not ready. With that, GuMiho sneaking up on the third. Creator coming in from behind. It does move in. Tarko's off. Nice juggling. Yeah, the first tank does go down, but oh, that was a brutal missile. That was a brutal anti-arm missile. Did connect. And with that, GuMiho is pushing in. But without that second tank, I don't know if he has enough. It's going for the expansion, going for the Nexus. Colossus dropping on the army. And with good enough control, with good enough juggling, Creator, he should be okay. I say that, never mind, he sims in. Yeah, GuMiho sims on forward. The Colossus is so incredibly low. One more shot away from going down. Now the Colossus has to ride, but there's no support. Yeah, there's no support. There's one Immortal, two Zealots. It's still so close. So very close here. Does get one of the Colossus. Vikings are going ham. Yeah, Vikings, they zone back the Prism. Prism goes down. No shield battery. Yeah, no shield battery. Another Colossus falls. Now down to just Stalkers. And GuMiho falls back. He falls back to his reinforcements. Did lose a tank. Going for the expansion. And looks like he barely snipes it. He gets the base. Oh my god. Does get the expansion. Nice retargeting. Slick moves there by GuMiho. Very slick. And with that, GuMiho, he got what he wanted. He got what he wanted. What did he want? The base, the expansion. But he got more than that. He got the army. He got the Colossus count as well. Knocking it down to 0. Very nice catch from GuMiho. With that, he races on back. Consolidates his army. Enjoys a better economy. GuMiho takes a lead. Does take a lead, knocking down that tower. Likewise, knocking down those rocks as well. GuMiho does push forward. Again, he has that 50 supply lead. I believe there's one Colossus about to pop. Just the one. Nice force fields, but GuMiho, he just stands and fights. He just doesn't care. Just takes the fight anyway. Oh, I say that. Now the Colossus does change things. GuMiho, he has to respect it. Respects the Colossus. Pulls away. Building on more Vikings. For now, going to Medivacs. So just the one Viking. And the Creator, can he stabilize? Needs a little bit more time. As he's now getting a second Colossus, so he's building his Colossus count back up. He's getting there. He's getting there. Likewise, GuMiho going for a split push. Moves out towards the left. It does move out. Oh. To see GuMiho once again, he's about to max out. He can soon overwhelm. Sure, there are some Colossus, but this is a very Marauder dense army. It's built to tank, built to take those shots. Likewise, yeah, we can see Creator just being pulled apart. GuMiho, he does dive into the natural. Massive mine connections. I wouldn't mind say shut down the Zealots. GuMiho moving in. At the same time, catching reinforcements, catching at the Colossus as well. Yeah, the shield barriers, they can only do so much. Colossus goes down, gets one. And he wants the other. Can he get it? He's the smooch. Less than 3. GG gets called here as GuMiho will overwhelm, and GuMiho will tie things up 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG well played. Creator again, he's an emotional player. Much love to Creator. Smudging a little bit towards the end there, but GG well played. GuMiho, he will tie the series up 2-2, and we're going to game 5. Game 5 is going to be on Tokamak. Oh boy, Tokamak is going to be coming up next. Tokamak being one of the other larger maps in the map pool. Again, GuMiho, unfortunately for Creator, he missed the move out. Winding it back, remember, GuMiho, he committed on 3 bases. He pushed out across the map on the left-hand side, and a Creator, he did miss the push. He did miss the move out. Because that, he was unable to engage ahead of time. He was unable to catch the army unsieged, and he took a really awkward fight outside of his 3rd base. It was very awkward. It was very haphazard as well. GuMiho able to overwhelm from there. GG. Just barely as well. Like it was a messy fight at that 3rd. Very messy. But GG well played. With that, we're going all the way to game 5. We're going all the way to the ace match here, and this can still go either way. Again, much love to Creator. I know that he's he's known, of course, for being a very emotional player, and at times getting very sad and very upset. So much love. He was also getting very sad when it came to a series against ByuN as well. Especially because, like, it's even worse just because ByuN and Creator are really good friends. Like, they're really good friends. They hang out, like, outside of just the game. So, very heartbreaking. But, of course, you know, it's also, like, that's also StarCraft, right? It's also a battle of mental fortitudes as well. You got to be able to keep your calm, keep your cool, and center yourself coming into the ace match here. So I'm sure Creator, he can just take a moment, take a breath, and then step back in. Let's go. Here we go. As they are getting ready. And again, shout out to Pig and Steadfast. Pig and Steadfast are covering the regionals. Shout out to Pig and Steadfast. They're handling the main event, or the mainstream. He said, sorry, it was really a mistake. Oh, thank you for the translation. Thank you. Oh, did he accidentally mule him? That would make sense. why he apologized and why he was smudging. Would make sense. Here we go. We are getting into our next game. We're getting into the ace match here. Once again, loading into Tokamak and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss for Alcadzia Esports. It is Creator. Oh, I didn't line it up. Oh my god, they're going ham. What's the... there it is. And sporting in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing S8UL Esports. It is GuMiho. Bringing it back from the brink. Again, Creator was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0, and GuMiho, he's brought us all the way to the ace match. We spoke about it at the time. It is not easy to have or to make this comeback a reality, but he is doing it. He's pulling it off. Let's go. We have gone the distance here, gone all the way to game 5. course, shout out to Indy. I believe Indy is the observer. Indy is observing for the mainstream. And of course, because Indy is observing for the mainstream, he's taking from their audio cues. So I have to try to line up our intro with his Zoom. To try to line it up. Here we go. It is going to be, oh, okay, Rax Expand, Economic Opener here by GuMiho, going for a bit of a safer start with a CC on the high ground here from the side of our Red Terran player. Meanwhile, we do have a Creator back at home going for a Standard Opener himself. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just messaging ByuN, but we have confirmation. ByuN, he just let us know that ByuN did win the series against Ryung 3-1. GG. GG will play me. Okay, oh, he's crazy. He's going proxy gateway. He's popping up. Gateway has been thrown down across the map. Sorry, just messaging ByuN. Hasn't thrown down. So we have a gate back at home, but gate across is going to be a 3-gate opener here by Creator. 3-gate vanilla units. No blink, no charge, no nothing. And with this, he can try to punish GuMiho, but GuMiho did go for the high ground CC is the problem. Ideally, this kind of setup does punish a low ground expand, and you can delay the CC and disrupt the build. But that isn't the case here. GuMiho played it safe. So the command center is done. The command center is done. With that, EWC still busts into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. It's going to be, what, 5 in another depths. And they get a lot done. That's what, three SCVs. Trading with the Marines as well. Cyclone doing what they can. Takes down 1 adept. Takes down 2. And Creator's not done. Creator just warping in 3 units at a time. Looking to overwhelm GuMiho. GuMiho trying to keep up. Stalkers, they do reinforce. Creator, he can take the fight. He's going for it. It does go for the dive. It takes down the medevac. Oh, barely not. Okay, nice control. GuMiho saves the medevac, pulls away. Takes down one of the stalkers. Going for the other. Lock-on is broken. More stalkers warping in. Creator is not slowing down. Oh my god, and the stalkers, they're barely living, barely surviving. Medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. No bunker. There's no bunker, but there is a tank. And with the help of the tank, GuMiho holds. Whew, GuMiho, he does hold on. Does hold, does defend. Behind this, building up and going towards Cloak Banshee. That's Creator, he's going for the robo. Oh no! The first Banshee gets caught. And he's going to take a lot of hits. And does it go down? Oh, one more volley. And it barely will not. Whew. Barely does survive. Rough pathing there for GuMiho. The game will continue, but GuMiho, he did lose a lot of SCVs, did have some rough trades as well. Creator in a solid position. The downside for what Creator's doing here is, of course, his tech is late because he delayed his Twilight Council for the extra gateways. So just now getting to his 3rd base and has to eventually catch up in terms of tech. The robo is done. And there we go. Charge is now on the way. Rushing into charge. Let's GuMiho, he commits. So there's 3 tanks. Cloak is done. Banshee towards the natural. GuMiho trying to cause a distraction. Does scan. Wants the observer. Doesn't quite get it. The Banshee taking a lot of hits. At the same time, Banshee does hit the mineral line. No major kills yet. Just causing a distraction. GuMiho pushing forward. Gets a kill on the shield battery. And once again slips into the main. But we have shield batteries. They're ready. The Creator here maintains his economy. GuMiho pushing further in. And it looks like he will claim the third. The third base is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Creator trying to catch reinforcements. Takes a massive tank shot to the face. And GuMiho, he's doing it. He does race back. Rallying into Creator. Oh, still rallying in. Oh, God. Oh, God. Fix the rally. Speaking of rally, though, the Immortal rallies into the army. Yeah, both players slipping up. Robo's exposed. Not again. And GuMiho is not stopping. He's not turning back. He throws out another wave of bunkers. He wants that Robo. He wants the natural. Yeah, Stalkers, they try to break out. They take another tank blow to the face. Boys are being pulled. Oh, no, oh God. Oh, no. And GuMiho, I think he may have just done it here. We can see Creator just trying to catch some Marines and some tanks, but for the most part, he cannot break this army. Not anymore. There's just no army. I mean, I say that there is the Immortal in the back line, but he cannot push into the bunkers. Oh, we'll get a tank there. Nice, very nice catch. Okay. Creator's still in this. Takes down the tank. Meanwhile, the expansion is under fire. GuMiho setting up SimCity behind the tanks. Making sure he doesn't get surrounded. And here we go, Creator. He sends it. He does pull every single boy. It's all or nothing, and he will get 1. He will get maybe 2 tanks, but there's still 2 tanks left. Oh, I say that. Down to 1. 1 tank remaining. Order charges are thrown down. And with that, GuMiho, he will take the fight. He will barely hold on. I mean, I say that. Oh, takes down the Immortal, down to just a gateway army. No detection. No detection. Uh-oh. Yeah, there is no observer. The Banshee just getting free damage here on Creator. He's counterattacking. He's moving out. Does have a backup third. Okay. Does have the Nexus. Now, can the Banshee kill? He can. He's going to kill the Nexus. No, he's killing it. There's no detection. The robot was sniped. Remember, there's no observers. There are no observers here, and no shot. The Banshee gets a kill. He gets it. Ay, ay, ay. Cloak does not run out in time. 7 seconds away. And with that, Creator down to 2 bases. Not like this. Mining is denied. Banshee gets away. And from here, GuMiho, he can just chill. Like, GuMiho, he does not have to keep going. He can just get a third, which he is doing. He's getting a 3rd base. Stim is on the way. Combat shields, +1 or 1/1 upgrades, where you just defend. Just focus on defense. And build up from there. As Zelsay try to engage. They're going to be forced back. Gets a Raven at least. Gets a Raven. Ah, still no detection. No, no. The invisible flying machine. They're crazy, Bobby. They're cracked. Imba. Oh, no. As Creator doing what he can with what little he has. I mean, he's trading quite efficiently here with his Stalkers. Picking up some Marines. Picking up Marines. Detection has arrived. Scan reveals the Observer. GuMiho, he wants it. He wants that Observer. Settles on the sentries. Still good pickups. Yeah, catching up the sentries. Catching up most of the ground army as well. As GuMiho stimming in. Yeah, it does keep pushing. Now he has an army once again. He's got his tank. More bunkers on the way for the second time. At this point, Crater's on his last legs. He does wing forward. Fighting his heart out here, but he cannot get on top of the tank. This time it's not going to happen. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he will take the series 3-2. And GuMiho, he will make it through into the global qualifier for the Esports World Cup. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to GuMiho again, as he is going to be qualifying here for the global qualifier. It's a qualifier for a qualifier. He will have another chance, another opportunity here to recover, to make it into the Esports World Cup. It's still going to be a very difficult it's still going to be a very difficult road for GuMiho, as that is kind of almost a last chance qualifier, but he'll be there. He will be there nonetheless. He will have the opportunity to prepare, to train, and to get ready for that qualifier date. We'll get ready for it. GG. GG, well played. And with that, I believe we have one series left. I believe there's one series left in this qualifier. That is going to be the final qualifying match between Kior and ByuN. We did mention it earlier. ByuN did take down Ryung, did take him down in the series. Did take him down 3-1. The last game was on Last Fantasy, if you recall. And Kira's been patiently waiting the entire time. Kira's been patiently waiting the entire time. So it's going to be that final best of 7 TVT. Here we go. Here we go. And because that's going to be the final series, but yes, that is going to be the final series. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up here. Again, the mainstream that have you covered. Personally, I would like to continue and cover the final series as well. Like, I'm more than happy to do so, but I feel like I should get ready for the European qualifier. Like, I should just take a moment to take a break, I don't have the luxury that the mainstream has. The mainstream, they're going to be switching out casters. They're going to be switching casters, and they're going to be having like a fresh duo instead, stepping into the ring to cover the next round of qualifiers, the European qualifier. I didn't have another Duckling to switch out with, so oh good. I don't have another Duckling to switch out with, so I am going to be raiding the mainstream. We'll raid the mainstream. They have you covered with our final qualifying match, and I'm gonna go like freshen up. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'm gonna go get some food. I have around an hour to prepare, and then get ready for the European qualifier. For those that are curious, actually, we can have a look together here at the qualifiers. And again, the mainstream, they're going on a break anyway, so we have some time. They're going on a break. But I'll show you guys what is coming right around the corner here. We'll show you. Bam. Okay. From the top, we have the Korean qualifier. Here we go. So again, Kira was patiently waiting, and there it is. We have GuMiho. GuMiho, he does win the tiebreaker match 3-2 over Creator, just barely with that reverse sweep. We spoke about it. Reverse sweeps, they are difficult to pull off, but GuMiho, he does do it. He does pull it off, does bring it all the way back here, and does make it through to the global qualifier. Meanwhile, ByuN took down Ryung. Remember, that was that's not unknown. That was Last Fantasy. that map is Last Fantasy. So I'll try to edit that afterwards. But yes, ByuN did take down Ryung, and now we have Kira versus ByuN in a best of 7 qualifying match. That is going to be up next. Meanwhile, scheduled to begin in 1 hour, and I believe it is scheduled to begin in an hour, but we will hold off until this series finishes. If this series takes 2 hours, then we'll start the EU qualifier in 2 hours. Like, that's we'll wait. We'll wait until Kira and ByuN are done. Speaking of, what is the European qualifier? Bam, here it is. Let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. Zoom out a little bit. We already covered the first half of the European qualifier yesterday, and now we have the second half today. The mainstream, they're going to be covering Cyril and Raynor. Cyril and Raynor, they have a best of 7 qualifying match. ZVZ, the mainstream will have that covered. We are going to be jumping over to the lower bracket. We're going to be covering these matches instead. Now, this is going to be a shorter broadcast, as in our broadcast right now, 6.5 hours. And again, with the final qualifying match, it's probably going to go up to 7, maybe up to 8 hours, which is expected. This is half that length. This is, thankfully, the European qualifier is a lot shorter, just because it's half and half. So this should be like around 3 to 4 hours, which is much more digestible. Much more. Thankfully, thank God. So the mainstream, they're going to be covering Cyril and Rainer. We are going to be picking between Lambo, Skillus, Gabe, and a Laser. I don't think there's a bad answer here. I don't think there's like a wrong choice. I think we're gonna go Gabe and a Laser. I think well, you know what? I'll flip a coin later. We'll pick one of them. Regardless, these two matches will start at the same time as the upper match. So again, the mainstream, they have Cyril and Rainer. We will have one of these two, and then we'll follow them into Goblin or Showtime. There has been a lot of hype around. I have to bear that in mind as well, right? Like, if I cover Lambo and Skillus, I'm going to follow them into Goblin. And there's been a lot of hype around Goblin. If I cover Gabe and Laser, I'm going to follow that into Showtime. Showtime strong player as well. So, like, that's also something I have to, like, factor in when it comes to which series I want, because I'm going to follow it into the next one, right? Like, that's just what's going to happen. So we'll figure that out, I guess, soon, TM. I don't know if anyone can weigh in their opinions in the chat. But yes, those are the 2 matches available to us, and they'll be leading into that next round as well. So again, that's going to be in around an hour's time. I say around an hour because, again, it depends on how long Kira and ByuN are going to be in a best. It's like a TVT best of 7. That can be a long one. That can last quite some time. So that is the current plan. Otherwise, we are going to head off for now. We're going to raid the mainstream. They got you covered with that final qualifying match. Again, typically I'd be more than happy to cover it myself, but because it feels like if I were to cover the that final qualifying match myself, there will be 0 break in between that and the EU qualifier, and I kind of want, like, you know, some time to calm down and freshen up a little bit, you know. So and get some water and you know, hydrate my hydras, stretch my roaches, marinate my marauders. You know what we do. You know what we do. So that is the plan. No live VIP clones. Sag, papi, Sag. Descansa, papi. Gracias por el caso. Gracias, pollo. Gracias. A hero banshee. Hero banshee. But yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off. With that, we're going to be raiding the mainstream. So thanks so much for tuning in. And again, if you enjoyed the broadcast, then consider following us here on Twitch or over on YouTube or on your preferred platform of choice. Can enjoy. Otherwise, right, I should have also shown that off as well. Again, we have our weekly schedule. I guess the schedule is now a little bit outdated because we just wrapped up with our final. There it is. You can see it there. 6 p.m. KC Korean qualifier on Sunday. So we just wrapped up with our week of casting, week of StarCraft. But again, in 1 hour's time, we're gonna be back. We're gonna be live at 1 a.m. KST, which is technically the next week, with the European qualifier. So that's going to be the plan. So we're almost done with all the EWC qualifiers. It's been a very, very intense week. As you can see, live non-stop. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. We can say that with confidence. We have done so for like the past 5 years. More than anyone else. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. So we do what we can. We do our best. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, we'll be back fully refreshed for the EU qualifiers. We'll be back for it. So with that, enjoy the mainstream, enjoy the casting of Pig and Steadfast, and we'll see you guys next time. Oh, we'll see you guys in an hour or so. Like soon, we'll see you soon, TM. There you go. We'll see you soon, TM, in around an hour or so. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for support, and hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Have a great end of weekend.